Hello, hello. I'm alive. Back at it again with the game dev. Alright, hold on. Give me one sec. Just kind of scrolling through my stuff. I'm a little out of sorts today, I don't know why. Probably because I drank an entire pot of coffee and then took a nap. So that was a good idea. Anyways, we're back to working on this thing. So it's one of these. Look at that. It's been a little while since I've worked on this, so I'm trying to remember where I even left off. So this is what it looks like. Wow, phenomenal. Wow. And then you can just gain experience, and then you can keep going back to the same thing. And that's pretty much the entire game of Hunterstory, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, yeah. You don't get any coins, but you do gain experience. And then when you gain experience, you can spend them on stats and skills. Okay, now I'm starting to remember where I even left off with this, which is good. It's good. So what we want to do today is, one, probably tweak a few options regarding the, whatchamacallit, the thing. And also, let me grab this thing. At some point I do need to get rid of the stream intro screen, or I need to roll it into this program here. So let me slap this down here. I have a few, or I realize, right, since on my drawing tablet that have for whatever reason, even though I'm not really an artist, that'd be nice to have one. But I realized though, if I just keep it plugged in, it'll just be like another monitor. And I have enough ports on my computer. So, guess what? Now I have technically 4 monitors, where 3 of them are 1080p. Which kind of sucks. I have 3 1080p monitors, technically. And then just 1 UHD monitor. Which is my main screen, obviously. Let's see. Add-ons, texture fonts. Yep, don't need to mess with that. Something I do need to mess with is, let's see, the combat screen. Combat screen is just kind of by itself, I think. Yeah. So the combat screen just has like a UI layer which is completely separate, which is good enough for me since I don't foresee that this should ever change. Main display. I actually don't really like this style of this display anymore, especially if we're not scaling the view, if that makes sense. So I've done this once in one game jam project. So it was in 3D. So what I did was I stretched the view as to make it more pixelated. So I kind of had that kind of like PS1 crunchy graphics. But here, I'm not doing that at all. I don't know. I'm probably still going to keep things like this. Yeah. And instead of having like a kind of weird, kind of a singleton, but not really a singleton view, I think I'll just keep it like, let's keep it as a real singleton. Right. And also, we can start making more enemies. So, assets, enemies. So, what does snails.png look like? I don't even know. Give me another folder, please. Please. Go to dev. Look at Hunterstory GD. Did I ever open this in mono? Are there any C# scripts here? There shouldn't be. Yeah, get rid of the mono. No one likes having mono. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There it is. It's just the one blue snail. Alright. Okay. So let me think, how do I want to do this then? That's what it looks like. Well, we'll get to that later. For now, I need to modify the UI layer so that it's not as just absolutely huge and takes up most of the entire screen. And actually, how is this structured? So we go to screens, level select screen, where we have all the level selection stuff. This is what it looks like, right? Level row. Where do I keep the data? Okay. It's configured via just typing in the specific code things, which is good enough for testing, though we'll want to break that out into separate just files, like a config file. And you know, read that in instead of doing something like this, which is just somewhat bizarre. Well, I suppose if things never change, then it doesn't really matter, right? And at least if you do things like this, you'll be able to get code completion. So it's hard to say. Hard to say. Where do I do? So there's the game data. Game data comes from our just kind of mega whatever, right? Our game manager, if you will. Okay. Spawn rate, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Row data, so we set the data on there. And then when you click on it, pressed with data. So each row, level row. What is a level row? It's always hard coming back to a piece of code after like a month or two of not working on it. Pressed with data. So we connect to this signal, then kind of rebroadcast out with the actual level stuff. So on level row pressed, we will load in this, set the data before we actually slap it into our current screen slot, and then we change it. And then combat screen on ready will have its own RNG. It will have its own randomization stuff. Now, what was I doing here? Dynamically generate a list of all enemy text scene paths. Why am I doing this? Why would you do this? You know, now I'm thinking about it, that might make sense, right? So this is just your base enemy, and then they have health, speed, and experience, and that's really it. They don't really have anything else to them. And as long as I'm always pulling like text scene files, that should be fine, That should be fine, I think. Yeah. Where's the directory that I pulled these from? So enemy folder, res, okay. So I believe on export, this should still work. Because we're looking inside our resource folder, not like an actual user folder, which is a bit different. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that should be fine, as long as the extension is also what we're expecting. So, for sure, do not pull in any .gd files. So, if not, base name, intrid name, and we need to check for the existence of the .gd and not gd in and not gd or not, what is it called? File name get extension is equal to gd. So we don't want any gd script files. We only want to load in the texting files, and then the texting files will pull in the gd script file by itself, right? And so by doing this, I don't need to, I guess, maintain a list of all of the enemies myself, as long as I just slap all the enemies into this folder here. So that should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah. And then everything else looks okay. Yeah, everything else looks okay. Do you need to implement like draw strength? So what I'm thinking I'll have here is probably like draw strength here. Skills, items, oh, yeah, well, draw strength is gonna need to be somewhere. Where exactly, I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out. Also, how am I doing level? The level display. So these are all just left aligned. Okay, that's fine. If we wanted to make this slightly fancier, we can do center align and then center align. So center align everything. And I wonder if I could just, since these are all kind of always a pair, right? Not even a pair, it's like a quadruplet. So this uses pretty much the same logic, right? Center, center, and then this is value. I wonder if I could actually pull that out as like a reusable element, so it doesn't need to be controlled by anything, so I can continue to just reuse everything as much as possible. So like Metastats would be its own thing, because that's actually how this is displayed on the combat screen as well, right? Metastats. Or I wonder if it would be better to keep like this bottom bar here. And so on the combat screen, don't even have this top row, just have the always existing bottom bar, right? Yeah, that could make sense as well. That could make sense. Man, these are all left aligned, aren't they? Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that. So Metastats. Metastats is just these things. So let's break that out into its own thing. Yeah. Yeah. Size flags. Fill, expand, fill, expand. Maybe not. Maybe just fill. Horizontal fill. Right. And so this is just kind of a like GUI element kind of thing. So let's do save branch as seen. Go to screens. These are basically really usable GUI elements, or just GUI. We'll call it GUI. Metastats. Metastats.text scene. Size flags. Get rid of your margin. Your anchor point also doesn't matter, but this should be fill and expand. Okay. And that should still look the same. Yep. So let's throw a script onto you. Structured, panel container. That's fantastic. Let's add a class name, even though using too many class names, always super painful. In Godot GD script, we're gonna make it work. So combat screen is now using Metastats, now has a script on it. Level select screen, what we're gonna do is, we'll need to take a look at how these two things are implemented, because they do pretty much the same thing, right? So you have coins, level, text. Does combat screen do the same thing? Combat screen does do the same thing. So let's just grab these. And they'll need to update accordingly. So we'll also add a public function to them at some point. But we'll have to grab the coins value, the level value, and the level progress bar. So the onReady var. So this is just coins. This is going to be a label equal to coins value. Wow. onReady var. We'll call this coins value level value, some sort of label. Then this is level. Yeah. onReady var. This will be level progress bar. Progress bar. Fantastic. Oh, hello. Hello. How are you doing tonight, Sinol? Tonight? Morning? Today? I've decided not to work on this VTuber face tracking thing for the time being. I worked on it. I've been working on porting it to the newest Godot version, but just losing my mind with all the crashes since the Godot 4 is not quite stable, if you can believe that, considering it's still pre-alpha. But working on it on stream has a tendency to also just bring down my entire stream, which is pretty cool. So instead of doing that, we're going to be working on this instead. How nice. Is equal to value. This must be a string. And also, don't forget to slap this into here. Update all the stuff. So this is level progress bar. Boom, boom. There we go. Update coin. So how does... This is the game that I'm working on. If you've ever played Hunterstory, which is a somewhat niche Flash game from like more than a decade ago. But since Flash is dead, it's kind of hard to play it anymore. So I decided that I'll just work on my own kind of thing. The UI is a work in progress. It's not using the default UI at least. But yeah, so this is where we're at. So we're able to just define stuff. We're able to define this random enemy listings, and then also automatically generates level stuff. And there's a UI and all that, so it goes back and forth. So in the original game, it's really like an incremental game, right? Or a clicker game. A clicker game with more steps. So you shoot, you gain experience, increase your level. Something's kind of messed up about this, but we'll figure that out later. Yeah, see, this is correct. The other one is not correct. That's weird. Yeah, that's where we're at. I haven't touched this in like 2 months, so I'm still trying to figure out what exactly I was doing. A lot of this stuff is like who wrote this, right? So let's see. How does combat screen update this stuff? Does it not actually do any of its own updating? Oh, did I? Signal broadcaster. Ooh, hold on. Hold on. What is this? Stat modified. No. Ooh. Combat screen. Process. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm saying okay, but I don't really know. Oh, okay. Now I know. Now I know. So we want to do our process function here. So we'll just run this as fast as possible. It doesn't matter. Or what I could do is whenever things are updated in our player data. So where's my player data stuff? I had it somewhere. Game data. Yeah. So stat points modified, and then also just anything modified. It might not make too much sense to break it down like that, right? But maybe it does. Yeah. Maybe it does. Still trying to figure out, because I've changed my opinion on how I like to do messaging throughout my games. So at the very start, I used to like using a pub sub. So a pub sub is a pretty standard programming pattern where you have 1 to many publishers, 0 to many subscribers. And I mean, yeah, that's it, right? And so none of them know about, well, publishers don't know about any of their subscribers. Subscribers know about their publishers that they want to listen to. So that works in some instances, but it doesn't really play too nice. It does play nice with the Godot, but it's sort of hard to implement. Whereas Godot's signaling system, which is more of a mailbox pattern, so everyone knows about who's listening to who, makes it a bit hard to message across, you know, different scene tree branches, right? So it's easy to go up and down the same scene tree branch, but if you want to go across branches, that's when it starts getting really difficult. So right now, I'm kind of favoring this, which is a mix of a pub sub and a whatever this is. Just bizarre. It's a mix of pub sub, but it uses Godot's built-in signaling system. So it's asynchronous by default, but it works like a pub sub, kind of. A bit weird. So broadcast coins modified. So whenever you kill something, what happens? Nothing has coins attached to it, so that's okay. How about experience? On experience plus experience. What is experience? Experience is a float. So this should also be a float. Stats don't. Well, stats aren't floats. I guess coins can be floats. Maybe. Maybe not. And I'll just have to round it at some point, so I'll just truncate it. Because having floats is kind of nice if you want to I guess, have modifiers, right? So if you want to be like, oh, this skill gives you, 20% more coins, and it's like, okay, well, this unit gives you only 1 coin. What's 20% of, what's 20% more of 1.2? So do we want to round up or round down? And I think in my case, I'll be wanting to round up. Like it's because it's an idle game, right? So it's nice to just round up all the time. Like, who cares? I think that's what I'm gonna do. We'll have floats, but they're actually stored as, actually, what are they stored as? Yeah, coins on base enemies. So all enemies have these values. So export var health, speed, experience, and export var coins. And then, so this will be a float. We'll set just a default value of 1. But then when we actually store it, we will truncate it to, or we'll round up, right, away from 0. AKA rounding up, since you can never have negative coins. You only have negative coins when you buy things in the shop, and then buying things in the shop pretty much just means like, what bow are you doing? All right, let's see. Signal broadcaster. I think I should actually truncate it here. Yeah. So we can cast it to. What do we want to do? Where do we want to? What was I thinking? Metastats. This needs to change it into a string anyways, so we don't care. Yeah, you know what? We'll just do it here. So this is a float. We can hit it with a sealing. Sealing. How do you spell seal? Seal. We'll seal this. Boom. The sealing. This still returns a float. That's fine, and then we'll just int it as well. Nice. Phenomenal. Then this one, we'll need to subscribe to several things. One is experience. Experience is not... Get experience to next level. How is this calculated? Who wrote this? Get experience to next level is... oh geez. EXP to level factor. Okay. I don't think this is how that works. What is this one? The natural exponential function, right? Raises the mathematical constant e to the power of s and returns it. Hey. Hey. And then there's a factor, which is 3. So this gets really, really high, really, really quickly. And then this one just rounds away from 0. Well, it rounds to the nearest whole number with a bias towards away from 0. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. This more or less makes sense. Me. Good job. Passed me. There's a few deficiencies in your past code, but we're trying to rectify that now. Experience modified. So func broadcast. Experience modified. So this will also be a float. Emit signal. Let's see. Experience modified. And then this one is just the value, right? Experience is always stored as a float, so we don't need to do anything to that. So in Metastats, instead of setting all of this immediately, what we can do, well, we can set it once immediately, right? And then we can also just connect ourselves. So SB connect coins modified self on coins modified, and we'll do the same for pretty much all the other signals, right? Or just the 2 signals, because there's only 2 signals that we care about, right? Experience modified. modified. On experience modified. There we go. So we don't even need to do a process function to just updates from the game data every single, or not even every single frame, but just like as fast as possible. We don't need that anymore. Coins modified. So this will take an integer. Yes. This will take an integer, and then we'll do coins value text is equal to string value. Wow, he's done it. How do you feel about that? On experience modified, this one will be a float for sure. Then this one will be bum bum bum. Oh, and this one should not be label, right? This should be value. Yeah. That's where I messed up. That's why sometimes it was displaying slightly incorrectly. But we'll do on experience modified. When does this actually tick over, by the way? Hold on. Combat screen. Set experience. So don't we set base enemy kill? I'm thinking. So you receive one of these, but then should I also update the level, like the level value and the level progress at the same time? I think I should. Yeah. Hold on. So game data, whenever we set our experience, it sets our experience to some value, blah, blah, blah. And then we also update our level at the same time. And then here we can actually do Like, I feel like this shouldn't be emitting anything, right? I feel like this shouldn't be emitting anything. That's a bit tough, hold on. So on experience modified, that's something I didn't quite foresee. So on experience modified, raw crash experience modified. I wonder if it should have like another value. Or when is this signal used? That's one of the things I need to have, or would be really, really nice to have in Godot, is like who is actually calling these functions. I can still approximate this by using a grep really quickly, or we'll do a find, maybe a grep, I don't know. Let's see, grep for string and files. Yes, how do I find all files containing specific text? On Linux, I'm not using Linux, but I do have access to Bash. Everyone loves Bash. So this is Hunterstory, GT, so we'll grep recursive, line number, whole world. Here. Pattern, what does E do? Pattern used during the search? Perhaps that's okay. So what are we looking for? We're looking for stat points modified. So just kind of slap that into here. We'll grep really quickly. So we're connecting to it. We look at the signal, and then we emit the signal. Okay, so no one is actually calling this at any point. That's tough. That's tough. I thought I was using this. Yeah. So if we look at our stats, this is the stat stuff. This is gross. So, boom, boom, boom. Stat modified. You are also connected to these, but these don't really do anything. Broadcast stat modified. Oh, was I not looking for broadcast stat modified? Oh, I was not. Broadcast stat points modified. So that is done in game data 43 here. Okay, on stat modified. On stat modified. And then we'll actually save it based off of, you know, if you have the appropriate stat points. Interesting. Interesting. That's tough. I think I might need to rework this. I think that, like, this is something that made sense to me at the time, but since I have not written down any of it, and my opinion on how to do this kind of stuff has changed as well. So add sub, boom, 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 pressed, blah, blah, added, subtracted, yeah. And then this is conditionally visible based off of, you know, stat points availability changed. Yeah. And that's stat points availability changed is dependent on several things. Stat points modified. Stat modified, we barely care. Stat points modified, we do care about. And actually, can't I just... like, I can test this out by doing that, right? So, new game. No, and then this doesn't load in properly. How nice. Well, I think you should just start out with 3 anyways, right? So these should all be 1, 1. The idea is that your stat points will influence something. And then you'll have 3 just at level 1, right? And then this is, of course, a new file. It's not too hard to serialize or deserialize. Serialize? Deserialize? Whichever way you're supposed to go with that. Coins modified, experience modified. Oh, you know what? Yeah. So let's keep on the same track. So experience level changes with experience. So we can have yet another signal called level modified. Level is an integer, so this is level modified value. So I do have just a helper function here called broadcast whatever. Mostly for, like, it's not super necessary, but sometimes there are certain things I need to do, like here you can see that I need to do a conversion really quick right before I rebroadcast the value out. So that's why there. And also it helps to just know what the type is, since you're not able to assign types to these signal parameters. So I think that's okay. So emit signal, level modified. And then metastats, we can also just connect to that, right? Connect level modified cell on level modified. So experience modified, that makes this really easy, right? Level progress bar, value is equal to value. Then finally on level modified. So it's possible that this will be called multiple times. Or this will have to handle multiple signals at the same time, which is fine. Level value text is equal to string value. Nice. Yeah. And so now we don't need this other function here called update coins, because that should just be handled via signals now. Neat. And then yeah, we'll do the initial setup here, and then everything else runs asynchronously. Beautiful. So combat screen, we can take out this stuff. Boom. Don't need that. Level select screen, we also don't need this. And this really simplifies a lot of stuff. Game data does need to now start rebroadcasting things out. So if the level is modified, we'll need to do SB broadcast level modified, and it'll just be the level, right? And then we'll always do SB broadcast experience modified, which will send out the experience value. Now coins, that's a bit tough. Coins we can still use as like a set get, right? So we have a setter getter, so we'll call this one set coins. Set coins value. This should be an int. Yeah, value int. Doesn't do anything. Yeah. So coins is equal to value. And then we'll do boom, broadcast out coins modified coins. Yeah. So that should be fine, right? So this handles just the coin stuff, and then set experience handles the level and experience stuff. Nice. So in our level select screen, we're no longer, I guess, manually modifying that, and then we can also take out coins level and level path. So just yeet that. Hopefully that didn't break any of this stuff. Okay. Then combat screen, in a similar fashion, we can get rid of coins level and progress. Yeah, and we can also get rid of this one as well. So let's see, level, yeah, that's fine. So, oh baby, feels good, man. Okay, so give it a test. Always go to a new game. Look at that level. Oh, your level should be 0 to start out with. So hold on. Oh, you know what? No. Metastats should be setting itself, right? So did I not define a default level value? No, you should start at 1. That's weird. That's weird. Game data, metastats. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Metastats. Here, level, game data level, Here, level select screen. This is, oh, this isn't the metastats that I was using. I knew that. So slap metastats into there. It's beautiful. Now we'll send it. So now this should update properly. Look at that. Everything looks okay. Yeah, now we're using all the correct stuffs. Boom. So you'll just do one. Actually, what is the default damage? It's just 12. Yeah. Just click really fast. Your arrows in flight already have a damage value associated with them. Okay. So now we should be doing slightly more damage. I think it's like 22 or something. Yeah, 22. Alright. Here we go. And then, yeah. Neat. So now I need to have several other things available. I need to think about what things I want to have available though. Or how I want the UI to look. But now that that's sorted, yeah, this is just kind of its own panel. Now I never need to mess with it, which is just excellent. I guess gold, or not gold, coins needs to be emitted as well. Or again, it doesn't need to be emitted, right? We can just set it like that. So game data, coins, plus equals coins, right? This is really easy to test. All the default snails have a coin value of 1. Oh, you know what? Forgot to do this. So do set get set coins. Send it. New game. Start this one. Fire off a few shots. Yeah. So you cannot have part of a coin. I've arbitrarily decided that. Because it also just makes displaying things easier as well, right? Because if you can have part of a coin, then I need to actually format it correctly, and then we need to, deal with floating point errors eventually. Which in theory will benefit the user, like a very slight floating point error, but we're not doing that. All right, here, need to figure out stat points availability changed. So these all start out hidden. I guess we can just pull for like availability. Yeah, we can do an initial check for visibility. So I'll call this like manually, right? So if game manager dot game data dot something, what do we want to pull from here? Stat points. If stat points is greater than 0, then we'll do this. We'll call this directly, right? True, like so. And so what we should see is this new game. We should be displaying a number though. Yeah, okay, well. You should not be allowed to go into the negatives as well. That's pretty good. I need some way to display the number. That's also pretty wild. Oh, look at that, we broke it. Yeah. So going into the negatives actually gave me enough stat points to get the 24. So you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Yeah. Is that correct? So that's 9. That's 9, 7, 16, plus 4, 19, 19, 1. I'm missing 1 point. Hold on. Did I do my math wrong? So 5, 4, 9, 3, 4, 7, 9, 7, 16. And then these all have 1, 16, 16, 4, 20. This starts out with 1, 21. Then I gave the player 3 points by default, so that's 24. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so you should not be able to go below 0. And you should also not be able to how do I want to do that then? I suppose there should just not be like a negative, or there shouldn't be a subtract button. There should only be a... Yeah, if I just take out the subtract button, this gets really easy. Like, Yeah. If I take out the subtract button. Then, but the problem after that is then I need some way to... Oh, don't do anything. Don't do that. If I take out the if I keep the subtract button, I think having a subtract button is nice, but then I need some way for, I guess, the player to lock in their choices, if that makes sense. So, also one thing really quickly is that for each of the buttons, we do need to set the default label. So add sub. What are these? These are add sub. Do I have access to their stat name value? No. Hold on, this isn't it. It's this one, right? Yeah. Label, value, and then there's the add sub, which is not visible. Okay, so strength path. So strength is the label value, right? No? Yes? Yeah, it is the value. Okay, so we can go through strength, text. You know what? Let's do this as a label. As label. Just so I can get a little bit of real code completion here. Yeah. So even though I have statically typed it here, get node for some reason doesn't preserve static typing, which is neat. But now we should have it back. You just need to statically type it twice. Text is equal to what is it called? Game data. Yeah, and then it just has strength and all that good stuff, right? So this is game manager. Game data dot strength. Yeah, I guess we can just copy it here. It doesn't matter. Var game data. Does this have? No, that's fine. Game data is equal to game manager. Let's statically type it. Class name game data. So var. Wait, so does game manager have? That means it's not typed here either, right? Yeah. So this is game data. Wow. Where? Stats 68. Eh? No, your level select screen stats. Level select screen stats. 68. Oh, okay, so we need to string it. Yeah, I knew that. Game data, which is some sort of game data, is equal to game manager, game data. I wonder if it's just smart enough to know. Yeah, okay, it's just smart enough to know. So game data, just so I don't have to type as much stuff. Dexterity. Text is equal to GT dot dexterity. Agility text is equal to string value of whatever this is. Intelligence. We're running low on that right now. Intelligence, and then luck text. I think this is actually missing a. Doesn't Maple has endurance as well, doesn't it? Like this is only 5 stats. These are just the stats that I find important. Yeah, yeah. MapleStory has 6 stats, doesn't it? Yeah, because it's two columns, 3 rows. Yeah, strength, endurance, and then everything else I have here, right? Agility, intelligence, the luck. So isn't it like for warrior builds would be strength, endurance, right? Because there were no dex builds for warriors. Archers were like dex and agility, maybe? Or is that, those are thieves? No, thieves were dex and luck. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played any Maple Story. Alright, so this should display correctly now. And then I do need to have a display for how many stat points you just have. Maybe I can add this to this bottom bar, right? So one, you should not be allowed to do that. You should not be allowed to do that. So on stat modified. I wonder, do I even need to yield? I might need to yield. So if I do this, no, it seems to be fairly synchronous, I guess. Neat. So get stats, text, bum bum bum. Yeah. Maybe I can have in the metastats view here. So in the GUI, metastats, we can have, there's coins, there's your level. Let's see. Yeah. We can have just another thing. It won't be called coins too. It will be called stat points. So this is like stat. Well, since stat points are on the that's actually a bit tough. Since stat points are on the far left in this view, it would make more sense to have, I guess, this kind of stuff visible on the left side, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so let's switch this around. This will break a few things, but that's fine. So let's add a VBlocks container. Let's actually duplicate the level container. We'll just yeet everything inside of it. We don't need that. So this is just a VBlocks container. Phenomenal. So put this here, slap coins into here, change the script as well. So we'll need to grab this node path. Coins value is now whatever the heck this is. So that should be fine. And then we'll have another one. This one will be called stats or stat points. Oh, like available stat points. Stat points. Wow. Grab that. Give it a save. On ready. Var stats. Stat points value. And I think I need to have something else. Somewhere. Stat points modified. Oh, how good. Oh, good. We have stat points modified. So broadcast stat points modified. Phenomenal. I had the foresight to create something like that. Stat points modified. Self on stat points modified. Right. On stat points modified. Some sort of value, which is an int. Stat points value text is equal to string, whatever value this is. Stat points text string. Let's see. Game manager, game data, stat points. Yeah. So when you start a new game, still called coins, but you can see that you have 3, and then you, and then it kind of breaks itself, which is very interesting. That's interesting, yeah? Why does that happen? Stat points. Huh. It's game data. Your stat points is 3, but if you ever subtract, it goes below. Hold on. I'm just kind of messing myself. All right, now I'm a dog. Value is less than... Wait. What? Oh, this is stat modified, on stat points modified. Something doesn't seem right here. What if I also just had a button, it's like apply or reset? I apply or reset, and then once I actually press that button, that's when I broadcast it out to the stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I think that should be okay. That should be okay. That way I can still have add, subtracted, whatever. Because I think that's a good idea. I think that I still have not changed anything, so this is still going to be broken. So on stat points modified, go to stats. Stat. Broadcast stat modified. On added, on subtracted. Added, on added, subtracted, on subtracted. Boom, boom. We broadcast out for that stat -1 or +1, depending. Then in game data, we have on stat points modified. Hold on. That's stat modified. Stats. When do I change the stat points? Adds, is that an add sub? No. Yeah, that's what I thought, is that this is very, very specific. Stat modified. Game data, stat modified, stat points modified, minus the value. Oh, if you ever go negative, it gets really confused. That might be it. So stat. So match stats. Intelligence plus value. And we always want a plus value because if you plus a positive number, it goes up, plus a negative value, it goes down. Easy to understand. Broadcast stat points modified, minus value. On stat points modified. So this intercepts its own thing. So stat points minus value. If initial value is 0. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. I still don't really know why it goes down. Or I don't really know why it goes to negative. So you see here, boom, yeah, it goes to negative. Regardless of which button I press. So let's see. It's just a million things to take care of. Yeah, that's not helpful. Let's see. Game data. Stat points. Why is it set to -1? Am I pulling the wrong value in Metastats? Stat points modified. Stat points modified. What is stat points modified? I know that's not right. Value is -1. Signal broadcaster. This is 1. Oh. Okay. Okay, this is the bug, is that this needs to be stat points minus value, like that. Wait. Wait, what? If value is less than or equal to... Yes. If value is less than or equal to stat points, then do the thing. Stat points minus equals value, and then I want to broadcast out just stat points. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. So then we, ooh, there's our breakpoint, that's fine. Send it. We go 4. Oh. What the heck? Just, that's not right. For sure. For sure. Interesting. So there's some other value here. Is it listening to the same thing multiple times? I wonder. If value is less than or equal to stat points, then stat points minus equals value. Print stat points. Let's see. Print 4. That's not right. Stat modified. What? I increased this to 2. It gave me back 4, 6, 10, question mark. It's only being called once, so that's good. Hold on. Let's do a bit of string formatting here, just so I know. So this will be, I guess, new stat points. And then this is value. So stat points value. Just so I can see why is this borked? Why is the stat points not being set correctly? Oh, it's because I'm double counting. I'm double counting. Yeah, so this goes like just super off the rails. So this should be okay. Now the problem is here. Yeah, I was accidentally double counting myself. So 2. Nope, we're still counting things slightly wrong. Yeah. It was good for a little bit. Hold on. So we broadcast stat points modified. And then this is just your, oh wait, no, this should be just the value? Value? Just minus value? This is actually supposed to be minus value? I guess that's okay. I don't think that'll really work, but maybe I tried to over-engineer it. Yeah, now this is just wrong. Stat points. Stat points modified. Oh, it's because it's listening to the wrong thing, right? So on stat points modified, I actually need to listen to... So in Metastats, I'm listening to stat points modified, right? So this is always going to be wrong. that's always going to be wrong. Because stat points modified is really for the game data to know, I guess, the value of which it's, you know, going up or down, I suppose. So we can recalculate on stats modified instead, and then just have stats modified be, yeah, like the final value. So we can take out stat points modified, and then the only pain points after that is like, how do I, well, you know what? Yeah, what am I doing? This is so easy. Just do another setter getter. Just do another set get. So set stat points. So this is value int easy, right? And then we'll do all of this, and there we go. So stat points modified is now just something very simple. So we don't even need to be subscribed to this anymore, at least in the game data class, right? We've taken care of that. This one, we already do our preliminary checks here, and we already do our checks here when we do our stat point stuff. So stat points. This actually bypasses the setter, but that's fine. So stat points minus equals value. Yeah. And then we just broadcast out stat points. Should be fine. So now everything is working as expected, hopefully. It's up, goes down. Can actually go into the negatives, amusingly enough. There we go. But we're also not modifying our visibility, which I do want to do. Can't I do something like this? So we'll do set stat points. So I can just set the setter like that, and that'll be fine. Or will Godot yell at me if I do that? Sometimes that happens. Oh, nope. Hold on. All right, now we're double counting again. Yeah, now we're double counting again. Very good. Gotta love double counting. So new game. All right, now that sets it appropriately. Neat. All right. So now in stats, I just need to have another thing here. That's like, you know, apply or reset whenever you have stats. So we'll add a new bar at the very bottom. Be an H box. This will be apply reset. Very creatively named elements for sure. This one will be the, what's the order on Windows? Is it reset is first, right? I don't remember. What does it look? I know that. Okay, so quit, cancel. So cancel's on the right. Is that correct? That doesn't feel right. Isn't okay usually on the right? I can't remember. What's another thing I can do? We go into here. If I try to like mess with the file name, doesn't it give me like a confirmation? Oh, yes is on the left. Okay. Or no, isn't what is the UX thing? Is that if you are used to using something in a certain way, then you kind of expect it to be in that position, like, or you want the, like, you want the expected value to be on a certain side, right? So if you could potentially make a file unusable, right, you want to do like, you know, we probably do not want to make the file unusable, so you set no on the right. Isn't that correct? Or has it always just been like the positive option is on the left, negative is on the right? That's one of the things I know exists, but I don't remember how it works. Or I forget which side it's on, because that's not something I usually have to do. I think yes is on the, I feel like yes is always on the right. Now I'm thinking about it, yes is usually on the right, I think. Just expand. And this will be reset, apply, then reset. So before we actually, I guess, write the values to the game data, you know, I'll give you a chance to take some stuff back, but right now these don't actually do anything, which is fine. I forgot to do this, which is focus. No focus whatsoever. I'm not a huge fan of the focus option, but it does come enabled by default, which is a little annoying, if you can believe that. Oh. And actually all of these already have the focus. You know what? We'll turn focus back on. Why not? If you want to control this via your keyboard, who am I to tell you not to? Alright, but stats. This is a bit tough. So we do need to do this. We're not going to do this kind of weird stuff anymore. We'll just do an onReady var apply, which is a button, and an onReady var reset, also a button. Reset. Wow. And then let's see, we'll do apply, connect, so it has a pressed signal, so do on, apply, and then reset, connect, pressed, on, reset. Okay. So here on apply, takes no inputs. And I think what I'll need to do is just store this data locally and then run through every single stat. Or no, what we can do is, so all these labels, yeah, okay, so I can gather up all the labels into an array, right? So this is stat labels, also an array. Wow. So we'll do something like stat labels is equal to a new array, and then we'll have just strength. Get out of here. Strength, dexterity, agility, intelligence, and luck. Look at that. So, on added, what we won't do is SB broadcast stat modified stat. What we will do, oh no. I think I do need to, that's tough. You know what, this doesn't make any difference since these stat labels are just the values, right? They don't actually have the label value or the label name, so it doesn't really matter. But on apply, what we want to do, right, is we'll go through every single one of them, we'll do like SB broadcast stat modified. Is there a better way of doing this? Yes. Can I think of it right now? No. And thus we are in this position. Strength text. Phenomenal. No? What is this one? What are you expecting? Argument 2. Oh, this needs to be an integer. So we can do 2 int. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So this way we actually write it to our, I say write, but you know, modify our data structure as opposed to just having it stored locally. Yeah, so this will change, right? So we'll no longer, you know, write to our game data every time we modify a stat. Instead, what we'll do is, this one would be a bit tough, right? we can do get stat text is equal to it's a bit jank. It's a bit jank. Get stat text to int minus or plus 1, and then have all of this be stringed. That is horrible, but we're doing it. Yeah, so that will work. That's functional. And it doesn't really matter about how bad it is since it's only for these two things. It's very, very self-contained. You can only ever modify your stats from this screen, so that's okay. Go back to stats. Broadcast stat modified. I feel like I should have a mapping, but I don't. Or at least I should change these into their own things, but I'm also not going to do that. So there's like add sub. Ugh, what a pain. Yeah, I think something that's kind of hard to do is instancing or modifying export vars, like nested export vars. That's tough, unless you create just a separate scene. Which I could do. I'm not going to, though. It is difficult. This one... Yeah. There's 5 of them. Let's just get this over with. Broadcast stat modified. So stat. Broadcast stat modified. That's intercepted by the game data. Oh, okay. So this needs. Oh, this is a string. Yeah. So game data stats string strength. Okay, so it's just lowercase. Nice. Good thing I checked. Otherwise, I'd be very confused. Hello, Philippe. How are you doing tonight? My dude. Am I your dude? I'm actually a pupper right now. Possibly a duck and or pupper, depending on how you see things. You know, everything's safe. Well, you know, we're keeping it real, keeping things real unsafe on the reg, as they say. I don't know. Don't really have anything to report. I'm just waiting for the week, and I have Friday off. I'm pretty much done with all my work for the week, so I'm just like, man, I just need to show up on all the calls and then just keep BSing. I'm still working on it. Sorry. So, you know, I guess we're chilling, as the kids like to say. Look how many Godot icons, so beautiful. Yeah. I don't know, something happened when I did a lot of the exporting. So these should all have their own kind of fancy Godot icons, but I don't know what happened. Something broke, don't know what. but they still work for now, so I'm not gonna touch it. At least not on stream. As I've learned from Sunday stream, just don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. Alright, on stat modified. I guess we don't need this. As a vertical toolbar user, what are your opinions about Windows 11? I don't know. I have avoided reading too much about Windows 11. However, I do know that they've changed how the toolbar works, I guess, which seems interesting. Right, isn't it like they changed it so it's very Mac OS style? Like, I have a Mac, which I guess I'm a fan of, big fan of Macs. If only for the developer experience, you know. If you want to be able to tweak your system really, really well, you run Linux. If you want something that just works and deploys easily, use a Mac. It's kind of more of a touch-friendly style. Really? I don't know. I thought they were just trying to be like, hey, check it out. We have a Mac-style toolbar as well, taskbar, whatever. And so it's more of like a ploy to poach Mac users and be like, oh, okay, Windows isn't so bad. Which Windows isn't so bad, to be sure. But they wanted stuff centered to help reach with thumbs. Really? Wouldn't you want it to be like split into corners if you wanted to help reach with thumbs? Right, that's how Android does it. And I think Apple also does it now, where you can get a split keyboard. So your keyboard is just split down the middle and then in the corners. If it's everything is centered, it's actually kind of hard to reach with your thumbs, isn't it? I mean, I have a fairly small phone, so it doesn't matter for me. I gave this excuse. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's more just to poach Mac users. I don't think that... Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Anyways, check this out. Oh, you still should not be able to do that. Also, it's broken. He's done it. And everything is more touch friendly. They're gonna have kind of an Android thing. Yeah, well, Instant Windows already pretty well integrated with Android. And this is if you might remember this from like a few months ago. I'm back to working on it. Yeah, I mean Windows 8 was just a complete and utter abomination. So, and that was the most touch friendly of most of the Microsoft stuff. Oh, hello, Feldy. Hello, hello. We're working on a game. Little boy with DJ Khaled. DJ Khaled. Is DJ Khaled like still out there? Yeah, this is Hunterstory. Very old school incremental game before incremental games were a thing, or I guess before Cookie Clicker really took off. You had this style of game. So that's entirely Flash, but now here we are. They're going to add some kind of native way to run Android apps on Windows 11. It's in the Amazon store? That doesn't sound right. I mean, Android apps. Android is just Linux, right? It's a modified version of Linux. So Windows has Windows subsystem for Linux pre-installed. Or not pre-installed, but configured. So what they're probably going to do is just modify WSL to, I guess, just sideload the kernel, or however Windows subsystem for Linux works. I don't know. So I feel like you could always, if you wanted to mess with it, you could always run Android apps. But I guess they're actually going to be working on that. Android is Linux. Yes. It is it's a heavily modified version of Linux, but it is still Linux. Technically. Windows itself will run in a VM in Windows 11 essentially. Oh baby. The future is now, just turn everything into a VM. I knew it. Oracle was behind this with their JVM. All right, on added. So we need to have a check for something. Want to implement hypervisor based security for Windows? That sounds like it would be like a huge performance decrease, right? Because then you would need to run everything through the hypervisor? What? That doesn't sound right. Maybe, but I suppose when Microsoft is known for just shooting themselves in the foot, so I guess possibly. That might be my big push. If they do that for Windows 11, I'm gonna stay on Windows 10 for as long as possible then. And then whenever I'm forced to upgrade, I'll just install Ubuntu or something. It will be a performance increase. Linus Tech Tips already tested it. Very good. Well, guess who's never upgrading to Windows 11? Like if I want to run a VM, I'll run a VM, right? I don't need Big Brother Microsoft to install the VM for me, unless it's Windows Subsystem for Linux. That's fine, but that's not even a VM, I think. That's just a kernel or something. I also want to do it since the secure boot will mess with my Linux install. Oh baby, that's unfortunate. I wonder how long they'll support Windows 10 for, or if they'll run back that decision, or just give me a developer mode. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you, or I don't need Microsoft to do this for me. All right. So here's what we need to do: var new value is equal to whatever this is. Right, so we will do all the checks here. So what I'm working on is this part. You can't see the buttons since they're hidden by default. But you'll have stat points. You'll click, apply your stat points, and then either click apply or reset. It feels like apply should be on the right. But everything I've just checked, right? So if I try to quit, it says quit. Or I wonder if it's like intended choices on the right, unexpected choices on the left. Because I also tested it with renaming a file. They're like, do you want to make this file potentially unusable? Is in the same way. Yes, there's a developer mode, but the only reason I use Windows is for games with anti-cheat, and anti-cheat will never run in dev mode. Still using Godot 4 beta? Nope. After the Godot 4 beta stuff on Sunday, it did completely crash my well, it didn't completely crash my computer. It crashed pretty much everything that was running though. It's a bit too unstable, especially for stream stuff. Yeah, that's why the title says Godot 3.4. Go crash dot go crash do crash 4 crash. Yes, crash. Yeah, I feel like this should be flipped, but I'm not sure. That doesn't look right to me. So new value, if new value. Okay, so we need like a base amount of stat points. So hold on. It's kind of, oh bro, Godot Bay is kind of crashing. What? What? I'm confused. That sentence doesn't logically make sense, but those are all words. That makes sense if you if you read the sentences individually, they make sense, but in sequence they no longer make sense. Are you potentially a robot today? Using advanced linguistics machine learning to generate Twitch chat messages. So what do we want to do? I guess we can just check the game manager game stats just directly, right? So game data, stat points. Hey, hold on. So you have your initial stat points, and then I can just update that somehow. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because your stat points will never... On this screen, your stat points will never, I guess, go up or down. Maybe they will, but we'll figure that out when we get to it. I got an email back from APC customer support. There's something a replacement unit. UP for my UPS. For your power supply. Very nice. Very nice. I would hope they would send you a replacement unit. At least in the US, that's if you're sent a non-functional thing, you are pretty much guaranteed a refund. Unless you bought it at like a flea market or something. Cash payments only. Initial stat points, integer. Okay, so I can guarantee that this will exist as well. So game data, stat points. Yeah, so initial stat points. And then we just have remaining stat points. So var remaining stat points is equal to initial stat points. In the EU, this is required for 1 year. That's crazy. Required 1 year warranty. It's a lot. So on added. So if remaining stat points is greater than 0. Hold on. Remaining stat points is greater than 0. Then we'll do boom, boom. I guess we don't need to do this part then. We just need to set it directly and then do remaining stat points minus equals 1. Drawing 4chan character from 4-angled blue. Don't know what that is. From the B. 3-angle blue. Still don't really know what that means. Is that like a Sonic reference? Are you a Sonic fan by any chance? Basically, you can never have less than 1 year guarantee. Sell for technology products. Nice. That's neat. I think I don't know actually about warranties. I don't. Admittedly, that's not something I usually pay too much attention to, is the warranty. Because I feel like most of the warranties that I have, if it's not a very expensive electronics item, the warranty is like 30 days. You know, for my fancy UHD monitor, 4K basically, from LG, they have a really long warranty. But I think the other like 1080p monitors I have are like 6 months, I think. The Ringo Blue is a 4chan artist. He's very anonymous and unknown for a lot of years. Makes me more interested in him where they are now. You know, that's kind of how that's my opinion on VTubers. You know what I was doing over today is you know, I was looking through my YouTube recommended, you know, which is listening to random songs, as one does when they're bored at work and they don't really have anything to do. You know, was listening to a song, I was like, wow, this person sounds very familiar. Was listening to it again, I was like, man, this is like hip hop, but I hate their voice. Who is this? And it was one of the big HoloLive VTubers who raps. And I was like, that's amazing. It's like, the more you try to hide something, the more interesting it becomes. So I kind of fell down that rabbit hole. I was like, oh. I started looking at the comments under the videos, and I was like, oh, okay. Now they're just getting doxxed. And then fell down the rabbit hole even more, and now I just have a spreadsheet of just random information. Very interesting, very interesting. Turns out they are real people. Some of whom, I think especially the younger they are, the bigger their virtual footprint is. So they're just easier to find. Alright, Alright, so let's see. We'll do var stat value will be get stat text to int. Basically 2 warrant. They have a DeviantArt, but they last posted in 2013. DeviantArt. DeviantArt. Yeah, insert green text using DeviantArt in 2021. Do people still use DeviantArt? I remember when DeviantArt introduced like it used to be for art, but then they like introduced like stories as well, and I was like, oh no. Fanfics. No. I think I have a DeviantArt. Don't really do anything with it though. Basically 2 warranties, 1 year mandatory for sellers, not the company that made it, and the other is by the company that which anything based on the contract. Never made any digital art I can post. I'm not a very good artist. Not very proud in any art I really do. I guess the duck is the best part. Let's see, stat value. If stat value is greater than 1, then we'll do boom boom. If stat value is greater than 1 and remaining stat points is hold on. This is fairly easy. You just need to structure this in the correct order. So if remaining stat points is greater than 0, then we want to do all of this, right? Really post there now. Mostly post on Newgrounds, Twitter, and on Discord. People still use Newgrounds? Isn't Newgrounds like dying? All these kind of like really old websites are just coming out of the woodwork with you. 4chan, that's more or less old news, right? DeviantArt, old. Newgrounds, old. Don't tell me you also browse Congregate or Armor Games. Isn't like the new thing for artists is like Instagram, right? Yeah, isn't it like it's Instagram, or you have like TikTok is not the correct medium for it, but I guess people might. I don't know. TikTok is more for like videos. I think this is okay, by the way. Bum bum bum. And then I need to hook these up on apply and on reset. So on apply, on reset, on apply, boom boom boom. Funk on reset. Okay, so we need to do all of this stuff again. So we'll have like a setup function, I guess. Func setup stats. Like that's how nice. Newgrounds has a massive problem with their game sections that is almost entirely trashed. Now it's still up. A lot of new content, new games coming out. I guess like the community is still there, I suppose. I wonder how. I'm curious about the age distribution of that community though. Is it mostly just like really old people? Like people my age essentially? People like I feel like I'm like on the cusp of it as well. Like I'm in my, I guess, the second half of my 20s. I won't say late 20s because I'm not that far along. But I feel like it's like in the 25 to like 35 age range. That's like Newgrounds. And that's also somewhat DeviantArt. DeviantArt, I'm like in the middle of that age range, I think. I would say. So I feel like it's mostly like old people. 4chan, you know, you have the OGs, as they say, and then you have, I guess, you know, the new people, which are fairly easy to suss out. So set up stats, and then remaining stat points is equal to initial stat points, right? So just redo all the stats and then redo the remaining stat point stuff as well. So remaining stat points is blah blah, and if stat value is greater than 1, then we'll do all that, then remaining stat points plus equals 1. like that, and then this is where we'll broadcast. Yeah, probably. I think. Newgrounds is almost entirely a not safe for work platform. Most of it anyway. Makes sense since Newgrounds doesn't have a lot of rules. Except for, you know. Do we know? Which artist is it? Is it Banksy? Love me a Banksy. Alright, so this is good. This is also good. That's bad. That's bad. For remaining stat points. Hold on. For remaining stat points is. Remaining stat points. Wait. If remaining stat points is less than initial stat points. Yes. There we go. Yeah, that was a logical error. I feel like I tend to get a lot of the code flow correct. It's just like the really small things that I tend to mess up. Yeah, okay. I need like a remaining, you know. So remaining stat points counter as well. Otherwise this feels bad. You know, you have stat points down here. Can't do anything. Reset. Apply. Oh, and then this should also hide. Okay. Newgrounds is mostly popular, supports artists, anything you do, and like audio section is really the most underrated. I remember the audio section. I browsed that a few times. There's some good stuff in there. Isn't there's the... I think I have one of those songs on one of my YouTube playlists still. It's called like... Isn't it called... It's like Beautiful Morning or something like that? Let me see. I have this somewhere. Under my Songs I Like playlist on YouTube. Let's see. I can find it. It's like Fire... Water Flame? Is that his name? Water Flame? That's still one of the highest rated ones on Newgrounds, I think. Water Flame. Hold on, we can find it. I think a lot of these platforms, since most people that I noticed on them already have a following, Twitter, Patreon, people look for that specific, that have separated places on Reddit. Yeah, it's mostly for like, that's what I'm saying, is like, it's for like older people, right? Alright, please don't play this. Don't get content ID matched. Yeah, this is still one of the big ones, isn't it? Share. Don't embed it. Share it. Give me the link. Yeah. I have some street cred. I've done this kind of stuff before. 2 tones on a violin, copyright. Yeah, exactly. I think you only need to have like how many seconds? It's not even how many seconds. You can I think you can, is it trademark or whatever, right? It's like 6 notes is like the minimum. So you can never be too careful. You can never be too careful. You never know. You never know. Unready var, apply, reset, container. Actually, we don't need this, right? We can just hide these 2 individually. So we'll do bum bum. So if blah blah blah, get stat points availability change true. So for, let's see. Yeah, many musicians are kind of how dumb some of these are, and some even lost the claim. Yeah, it's hard though. It's hard. Yeah, I know there's some big ones. I mean, there are some. It's because there's only so many things that you can do, right? There's only so many combinations and notes in at least Western style music, because traditionally, right, music uses 1 to 7 tones. 1 to 7 tones in like a standard scale, and then you have the half steps in between them, but there's no such thing as quarter steps in the majority of that music. Quarter steps are usually just taken as is out of tune. All right, so that's how many? There's A sharp, B. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, A sharp, B sharp, C sharp, D. Is there a D sharp? I don't remember if there's a D sharp or not. E, F sharp, G. 13? No, that doesn't sound right. I think I hold on. I need to go look at a piano. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12. There's 12 notes. And so there's only so many combinations of those 12 notes that even make sense to be like a hook, I guess. Newgrounds is for everyone. 13 plus or preteens are mostly common to join. If you don't want any, not sorry with this, post indicate if you don't want anything really inappropriate. People also have some not safe for work, so but mostly safe, not like a full-blown naked lady. Well, why would I want to go on a website if it doesn't have full-blown nudity? Riddle me this. Yeah. Well, anyways, what I'm trying to say is that it's not a really popular site for younger kids, isn't it? Or is it? I feel like sites like 4chan are also not super popular unless you, I guess, consider yourself, you know, woke or whatever. Is that what the kids are saying nowadays? Ugh, excuse me. That was my nose. Alright, law in general is bad, like has a purpose, but it's badly made. Yeah. Well, it's I don't really. My opinion on copyright law isn't really fully formed. I understand the purpose of it, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you don't have anything that is, I guess, copyrightable, it's one of those things where if it doesn't affect you, then you tend to be against copyright law. Or if you don't own a copyright, but if you do own a copyright, then you are for copyright law. I feel like that's one of those things. Yeah. Platform is designed for what is made for are different things. See Tumblr. Remember Tumblr? Do kids still use Tumblr? I think Tumblr still had a... I feel like their population just kind of aged out, and then it mostly just changed to just nudity, right? It's one of those things. Like, if the platform doesn't, I guess, have sticking power, right? Then only the most hardcore, like, I guess, degenerate fans will stay. The trendy people, which is like the majority of the population, will move on to the next and greatest thing, and then only the, you know, the dregs of the user base will hang around, and that's what you're left with. So that's kind of how I feel about. That's how I feel about Tumblr, right? Tumblr, it used to be really popular when I was a kid. MySpace used to be really popular when I was a kid. Facebook used to be really popular when I was a kid, right? Newgrounds was a little before my time. Congregate used to be really popular when I was a kid. You know? Use Tumblr when Insta was changing into video only. Insta is still a pretty picture oriented. I wasn't interested in it. Well, I think so, since I know a lot of people who draw and make music and hate copyright laws, since it also prevents them to actually claim the copyright for the art since it's too similar to other existing stuff. I don't know. Like, I as you said, like it's somewhat hard to claim it. I don't know. I mean, I write and do all that kind of stuff as well, right? I've never really felt like I've been unfairly claimed before. So it kind of goes back to, like, unless it really affects you, I don't really, I don't have an opinion as of right now. I think this is good, by the way. Oh, I still need the counter here, so like remaining points. Apply. And then... yeah, that's tough. That's tough. How should I do that? Maybe just like a remaining points counter somewhere? Huh. I haven't used Insta anymore. There was news at the time that Insta was going to be coming out of TikTok. Was there? I know that they added like Instagram TV, or like so you could like live broadcast, which is kind of a neat feature actually. Guess it ended up not to be true. Yeah. Well, Insta. I still scroll through Instagram. I think I used to be on it way back when it still was like independent, right? Not owned by Facebook, which I think was like pre-2000, like something. It came out in like 2012 or something, right? 2011. Because I remember I still used it when I still lived with my parents, aka before I went to university. Yeah. Big music production companies will easily overrule any smaller music creator. Oh yeah. You'll be buried by legal stuff, and then your only recourse once you're on the radar of a big corporation is to make a big stink about it on social media, which is unfortunate because social media is a very fickle entity. It's owned by Facebook. Yeah, Facebook owns a lot of companies now. Yeah, Facebook owns Instagram, WhatsApp. What else does Facebook own? Yeah, I mean those are the big three. So that's why Facebook was in the news somewhat recently, like a few months ago, for like antitrust, because they own too much of the market. Which is why like like I was interviewing for Facebook for a little bit, but then they were like, yeah, we want you to move. And we want you to work on our, like, I guess, third-party entities, like, DevOps division. I was like, no, absolutely not. Sounds like you need a fall guy. And I'm not gonna be that. Pass. Although they were offering a lot of money, but it's like, I don't want to live in New York City. That sounds really expensive. It's like, yeah, you'll pay me. I think they just came out straight on. We're like, hey, we'll pay you like 180, but you gotta move to New York City. I'm like, finally, for 180K, I can go live in a closet in New York. Absolutely not. I like where I live right now. It's mostly about who has the money to pay for bringing the copyright to court. Yeah, because you can keep stacking on, legalese and whatever, right? There's a lot of contracts. Or whatever, right? It doesn't matter if it gets dismissed by the judge, right? You still need to show up and do all the necessary court filings, and that's how you get buried by corporations, right? Zuckerberg, you're kind of going weird mode. I love seeing the little clown move their feet. Look at that. Yeah, well, I guess what I don't really understand is why doesn't like Mark Zuckerberg just step down? Like if you just step down, retire, you can retire comfortably, and then you won't be targeted anymore, right? You'll still be in like the public eye for a little bit, but at least you won't be public enemy number 2 with public enemy number 1. Well, he's in the top 3. Like there's Jeff Bezos, Mr. Jeffrey, my buddy Jeffrey. There's Elon Musk. He's also up there, and then there's Zuckerberg. I think he's made of. Well, when Facebook first came out, he was considered to be one of the good guys. So it's weird how time changes all this kind of stuff, right? How do I want this to look? How did I even set this up? So there's the label. Huh. Yeah. It's weird how time changes a lot of things, though, for sure. Used to be, Facebook, you had all the cool Facebook stuff, and you wanted Facebook to have more integrations with everything because, everything worked with Facebook. Right? And it was really cool at the time. But now, Facebook owns too much of everything. They have their fingers in too many pies. And I was like, oh no, how did this happen? And it's like, asked for it. You wanted this. And it's only when you realize, like, oh wait, everything is Facebook now. That's when you turned. Like, oh no, man. On its own isn't bad. They have a bad community, a very bad privacy invasive content. Yeah, well, it's because anything that's free, you know, the standard thing, if it's free, then guess what? You're the product. So. This is just like, how did no one notice? How did no one notice this? I thought that was implicit, but maybe not. I thought we were all on the same page. Perhaps we weren't. Stat points. So we'll have 2 more HBox containers, right? We'll do expand, and then these will have 2 labels inside of them. I gotta sneeze. Don't have time. Sorry. So this is initial. Or I guess this will just be remaining, right? Yeah. So get rid of this. Boom. This is stat points. So this is boom, boom, boom. Expand and then expand. These should both be center aligned. I don't know. I can change these back later, but I feel like center aligned just looks better for a lot of these. Yeah, I think. Facebook, it's all right. Especially since it's what people were asking for, and it's like, that's my opinion on it. People liked it, then they realized they had too much power, then they didn't like it. Such is life. And then they also, you know, since their product is people, right? So advertisers pay to get things onto the site. Could they do a better job, like, moderating it? Yeah. Just like I could do a better job moderating my chat, but it is what it is. Hold on. This needs to be remaining stat points. Remaining label. Yeah. Anyways, that's like that's my hot take on Facebook. It's like, yeah, it's bad, but like people are we're okay with it for a while as well. So stop complaining. So set up stats. Let's see. Set up stats. Where do we do all this stat stuff? Set up stats. Oh, this is really turning into spaghetti now. Remaining label text is equal to remaining stat points. So we want to string this. But you know what? We should just do this here. So initial. The thing is, you can certainly do advertisement that you use general data protection or Apple's privacy features being a threat to your business model. Yeah, but it won't be as efficient. You know, I don't think you're getting it. We want as much power as possible, because that helps maximize profits. Which I get, you know. Is it unethical? Yeah, but that's a corporation, baby. That's how they work. You know, I feel like if a corporation was out there to be working in its users' best interests, they usually aren't very successful. How many corporations are out there that like work in the user's best interest? Like not companies, but like big corporations. The way they try to blame Apple for implementing a feature that, in their word, takes away control from the user, which is comical. Well, yeah, I mean, there's, you know, you gotta do something. You know, if it's bad for business, you gotta, you know, throw a Hail Mary. Hopefully that the judge is not smart enough to actually do their research. You know, like there was that case recently, I think it was like last week, where a reporter, and it was in the US, there was a reporter that just happened to notice I guess you would call it a programming flaw, right? So some municipal websites was just letting you like modify form data so you could, you know, send whatever data you wanted to the county website. And then they were, the county, the municipality tried to bring them to courts for hacking, even though all they did was just look at the HTML and just modified some things in there, so. And I guess I think the scary part is that I think the judge may have taken it seriously. I didn't really read it all the way through. I'm part of the problem is I read the headline, I skim through the article, and then I don't really read the rest. Okay, so set up stats, remaining label. So this one we need to adjust some stuff. So remaining stat points. Oh, you know, I can do a set get for this one as well. Gotta love the set get. Plonk. Set remaining stat points. So value integer. Oh no, it's an essay. Hold on. We'll read that later. Because my millennial brain can only process 4 words at a time. So honestly, when you or 1 line at a time, I guess. So whenever you are typing longer messages, what I'm doing is I'm kind of like flicking up and down. And then just like kind of reading it in parts. So, which is why sometimes I'll just kind of pause in between whatever I'm talking about. That's because I'm actually like flicking up, reading really quickly, and then going back to whatever I was doing, but not mentioning your message because I'm still trying to read it while still being productive. It's a tough life, man. It's a tough life. So plus value. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Why would I want to do that? What the heck? No, don't do this. That is dumb. That's not what a setter or getter does. That's not what a setter or getter does. I like Newgrounds for its algorithm. I don't know if I spelled it right. It's not a robot that recommends you step out. For a pre-bot, you can get attention with HTML game or movie art. You have to rely on tags. You can get a lot of attention though. And audio is into the audio portal. I also have tags. Do a Google Doc with a message? Absolutely not. I'm not reading the Google Doc. It sounds like from your message that it's basically just tag based, which is kind of what a lot of stuff works on, isn't it? Yes, you are. Probably not. No, sorry. I'm not reading a Google Doc. Please submit your messages in 10 words or less. Otherwise, it's gonna be a bit difficult for me to read on stream. Google Docs very scary since you can just put whatever you want in there. I suppose I could just still read it, but I don't off stream. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I do get a little weirded out when people like private message me. It's like, you could just talk in Twitch chat, right? Like most of these messages that people are like DM me, it's like, it's not weird. It is a bit weird that you think it's weird, but maybe that's just me. I think that it's weird that you think that this is private, but maybe I'm the weird one here. Like it's for the same reason, like at work, right? Whenever I like send people an email, but then they, you know, I send in people an email and I have like a bunch of their manager or whatever CC'd on it, or my other teammates CC'd on it, but then they message me back on Skype. I'm like, this is weird, man. What are you doing? Like, yeah, sure, I'll still talk to you on Skype, but guess what? I'm attaching I'm gonna reply to my own message with our Skype conversation. So prepare yourself. Anyways. Anyways, check this out. So remaining, huzzah! Okay, cool. And then we can just accrue or reset. I feel like these should be, oh, the reset button doesn't reset that. Okay, hold on. I feel like, you know, I was saying something and then I got distracted by this bug, and now here we are. Surprisingly, the tags help a lot in Newgrounds. UI is a 10 out of 10. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, this needs to be remaining stat points. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what I was saying is that these need to be flipped. I feel like this needs to be applied, this needs to be reset. Yeah. So, you can reset. Okay. And then when you apply, then it all goes away. There we go. I like that style. If you're going for like the MapleStory style, you actually cannot go back, I think. Maybe you can. I should play MapleStory again. Even though MapleStory is just a ridiculous time sink. I'm into it. I like playing MapleStory. Luckily, it's really easy to switch up the UI, which is why I like doing games in Godot. Is because it's like a mix of drag and drop, because the UI is pretty drag and drop oriented, but also you can do fairly complicated things with it. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Look at that. Yeah, I feel like this is a lot more natural. Oh, wait. Huh? What? Hold on. What? Hold on. That wasn't right. Boom, boom, boom. No, that's 0. Then we press apply. Then stat points goes down to 1. Forgot the time when Five Nights at Freddy's, Friday Night Funkin'. What's FNF? There's Five Nights. Well, I guess Five Nights at Freddy's is FNAF. Friday Night Funkin' Week 7 crashed the whole dang site. We're going to the FNF page so much it crashed. Oh no, something happened. Yeah. Well, I can think of a few reasons why it would crash their site, right? Like, it used to be pretty high traffic, so they probably had a lot more server power to handle all the stuff. But now that there's less traffic, they scale back their server, and then, you know, big game comes out that's associated with Newgrounds, crashes the entire thing, as expected. So why does this bug happen? This didn't happen before, I think, right? Let me try this one more time. So if I just drop them all into one stat, apply. Okay, so that works. We go here, and if I spread it out across, yeah, that's a bit weird. So does it have something to do with the stats that I drop it into? Broadcast stat modified. Broadcast stat modified. On stat modified. So we match it. Did this all correctly. So now when I couldn't get on the site, like, bro, I want to play week 7. Don't they just have like a download? Is that not what they have? Like, I know that there's like a web build for Friday Night Funkin'. Familiar with that. Also, thank you, Twitch user, who shall not be named since they have not chatted in chat yet, for the follow. I don't know. I'm not really into rhythm games. I want to make a rhythm game, but I'm very bad at them. If only because, you know, whenever I play music, I tend to be a pretty emotional performer. So like when I start to get into it, I start to speed up or slow down just depending on how it feels. Which is like, it has its plus and minuses, right? So whenever I used to audition for, you know, seating and whatever in orchestras, pretty much I would always like lose a bunch of points for rhythm. But for like melody and the other stuff, technique, I would always lose a lot of points for technique and rhythm, because I'm just very bad at keeping time. And technique is just not one of my strong suits. But it's like, There were like or it's not melody, but it's like there's personality, which is one I was very good at, and there was another one. What's it called? It's not technical skill. It's there's another one. There's like 5 main factors. So there's rhythm. It's not melody. Rhythm. I guess just it's not technical either, but that's the word I'm going to use for it. Personality, and then one or two others. Wasn't counting. Anyways, pretty much that's how I always coasted by. Is hopefully I can make it sound good enough that I can make up for the fact that I'm very bad at keeping time, and also, you know, I think switching hand position is one of my weaknesses. I might go into the GitHub download when week 8 comes, whenever it'll come anyways. I don't know. I haven't really played it. I've watched streamers play it before. Oh, hello, Rose Ninja. Hello, hello. This is what I'm working on. There's a kind of a weird bug here that I'm trying to just look at. So, this is the game. It's Hunterstory. If you ever played Hunterstory, if you were into MapleStory and then played MapleStory fan games. Hunterstory was a Flash game. This is a Godot game. Hooray. So these are blue snails. You just shoot them. You gain levels. It was an incremental game, but, you know, before Cookie Clicker and all that. Look at that. So you go back and then you can apply stat points. What I'm trying to figure out is that when you apply stat points to things that aren't just one stat, so if you distribute your stat points like a normal person, things tend to break. I also do need to implement like weapon power, which I don't have just yet. Usually I haven't played any instruments seriously for a long time now. Oof. I like playing instruments. I actually have like a ton of guitars now I think about it. I have my electric guitar, which I just kind of have next to my desk. I have, and that electric guitar is an Epiphone and a it's not a Gibson. I guess it is, no, it's, what's it called? Les Paul Epiphone. An Epiphone Les Paul style guitar with the ability to switch between humbucker and the other one. Have a Taylor acoustic, very nice. I have a very cheap Takamine, I think it's called. I'm using a pencil as an instrument. It's a writing instrument to be sure. Very cheap Takamine, which I bought. That was the first instrument I ever bought with my own money. It was like 80 bucks. Still sounds pretty good, not gonna lie. Doesn't resonate very well, but that's what you get for 80 bucks. It doesn't ring as well as the Taylor, but it's still fun to play. Have I guess an oversized ukulele. Have I guess also an electric classical style guitar, treble guitar. Have a keyboard. Have a MIDI controller. Both keyboards can technically be used as MIDI controllers. What else do I have? I have a kalimba somewhere. I don't really know how to play the kalimba, but I have it. I'm just looking around, like, what else do I have? Yeah, I guess I have this microphone, which is, it's a ribbon mic, so it's very high sensitivity. Ooh. Did play guitar as a singer when I was much younger, around 10, but I basically stopped everything when I was around 13. Fair enough. Never guitar, one of the strings broke. It's been 3 years. Feels bad, man. It's okay. You don't need all the strings to play guitar. As long as you have, I guess if one of your E strings broke, you're out of luck. If your G string broke, that could be pretty lewd. Anything else? I don't know. I can't do anything in that category anymore. I have a keyboard, but only since I want to learn how to play it. Keyboard is sick. I wish I learned how to play keyboard. I feel like I would have been a lot better at just violin. Oh, I also have a violin. Forgot about that. I like playing the violin. It's probably one of the most expressive instruments you could possibly have. Oh, you know what? It's because of this. Broadcast stat points modified. So it broadcasts multiple times in the same step, but I think it's not guaranteed to be ordered, which is tough. Ah, that's why this kind of breaks when you distribute your stat points across multiple stats, right? So if I do everything into strength, it will work correctly, but if I do, you know, 2 into strength, 1 into dexterity, no? Wait. Wait, hold on. I didn't change anything. Trying to learn harmonica before Christmas. Beam, giving my younger brothers all matching engraved one. I mean, I'll decide to learn first. Okay. I think I got the gist of what you were typing there. Yeah, so this... What did I change? What did I change? This wasn't working before. Huh? Did I change something? What? This wasn't working. And now it's, I don't remember what I changed. Was I talking and then I just accidentally changed something like a absolute moron? I don't remember changing anything. Now it just works. What? What did I do? Huh? Game data. No, I didn't. I flipped to this one. Said that like this looks okay. Or it said that like something could possibly go wrong here. Flip back to this one. Didn't do anything. What? Thought about playing guitar. Wanna get a keyboard? Keyboards are sick, dude. Keyboards are sick. Big fan of keyboards. I think the thing that really turned me off from playing keyboards before was the fact that I didn't have a sustain pedal at the time. So sustain pedals make keyboards so much better. Just being able to hold a note without having to press it down. That's pretty good. That's why I like playing a fingerstyle guitar, because you can just play different notes. more than one note, but you can also sustain or mute the note selectively. Guitar, so I have some singing practice and learning piano, but there isn't a musical in my area that would schedule that fits me. Just Interforms and YouTube for everything. Yeah, I think what really helps is also recording yourself and listening and seeing where your deficiencies are. So I know that one of the things that I tend to struggle with in terms of singing, or I guess used to and still possibly do, is that I tend to like just kind of slur my words, which is kind of a symptom of how I just normally talk. Like when I'm talking on stream, I make a conscious effort to enunciate more, or when I'm talking, I guess, you know, basically over the phone or on stream or whatever, right? Wherever people can't see my mouth, I tend to enunciate more, but when I sing, I kind of slip back into my natural accent, right? And my natural accent is like, whatchamacallit? Hold on. Set, stat, points. 3. My natural accent is pretty loose, right? As I am from the South, the American South. Want to get a keyboard and beer? My favorite game developer and make a bullet hell with cute girls and make dolls and call them Fumos. Is that a Toho? Keyboard and beer? Well, I don't drink beer all that much anymore. I try not to. Too many calories, and also it makes you feel real bad. But I'm halfway there. Which the only thing I can remember has to read simpler forms of sheet music. Very bad at sheet music. I've started out playing viola in middle school, so I learned alto clef first, which is just a very strange clef to read. Then switched over to the violin. Got a real violin after that because I ranked pretty highly in the auditions. So somewhat no tenor clef as well. Bass clef is it's not too hard. You just need to remember where the important notes are, right? Like D is the below the last line. A is open space, the second to last open space line. G is the second to last line. I don't know, just remember those and then I fill in the rest, which is kind of how I play piano as well. I cannot read and play piano, unfortunately. A cavaquinho? A cavaquinho? My family music playing people. Glass finger slide all the way, picking those strings. Oh, it's like it uses a slide. I like those kind of things are cool. I want to get a slide at some point. Although I do know that you can just use like pretty much anything as a slide. Like if you really wanted to really chew up your fingers, you could just use your finger as a slide. Like, sure you can bar a string, but like you could just slide your finger all across all the strings as well, which would really exfoliate your fingers, which is probably something that most people don't need to do. Anyway, check this out. So we do stat points 3, so whenever we level up, we should gain a few more stat points, which is nice. So we'll do bum bum bum, blue snails galore. Only recently got a microphone that can pick up voice fairly decently, so I can only do that. I can only do that for a month, and that isn't a long time. Yeah, it's fair enough. Well, you could use your phone as well. That's what I generally do. Stat points. Did that not? Stat points modified. Stat points modified. What happened? Stat points value text. On level modified. Level text. And then then we also need to do level progress bar max. I'll just grab this part, right? This is what we need. So there's a few things that I'm just forgetting to do. So, you know, very good me. Very good. Stat points modified. This Toho, the only reason Zoom makes this game is his beer-powered self and his lack of common sense. Just cuts fingers when sliding guitar. I've cut my finger playing violin before. Does that count? Actually, I've cut most of my fingers playing violin before. Because you do need the slide sometimes. Or not even slide, it's just like you play it so much that your fingers start to bleed. Too many guitars in my family, I use glass slides because it makes anything sound smooth. Yeah, it's a cool sound. It's a very, I guess, lap guitar sound. I like the lap guitar sound. Something like that. That's my guitar impression. My lap guitar impression. Or steel guitar, I suppose. Tried using my phone, but it picks up a lot of static, which makes it sometimes a bit hard to hear the registers properly to stability. Well, I feel like the registers are okay. You know, just get really close to the microphone when you play. Like when I had a iPhone 3GS, remember back then when you know, you had the iPhone 3G, iPhone 3GS. I had a 3GS. So there was like a 4-track app, and that was the first song I ever made. And what I did was just put it in the same room as me, and just kind of like played into it. You know, beatboxed into it to do the drum track. And that was the first song I ever made. I'm trying to figure out why isn't this working. Hopefully this will just solve itself again. So we have stat points here, right? We can apply them all to strength. It doesn't do anything. Right, you can see here that our level is 1. That will update properly, but stat points, for whatever reason, is not updating properly whenever you level up. Please give me points. Yeah, so our stat points doesn't increase, but this one does increase whenever we go to the next screen. Glass makes it ring slightly? Does it? Does it really? A glass slide? Why would it? Oh, you know, I suppose it's because glass just naturally rings, right? So if you do like I guess if you like a similar way to like the wine glass effect, right? So if you feel like a certain type of wine glass, actually, a crystal wine glass, you can make it resonate if you just rub the top of it. I'm not familiar with just glass resonating, but perhaps it does. I'm not familiar. Never tried it either. The keyboard, I have to order a wire to connect it to, since I have no 6.5mm jacks. I think there's one. Basically needs new strings. Well, I'll have you know that my $80 Takamine guitar. Is it called Takamine or Takamine? Is it Japanese? Yeah, it's Takamine. Yeah. They do sell like really expensive guitars. Yeah. Takamine. Since it's Japanese, it's Takamine. 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 I do know a few people who have some of their more expensive guitars, and they say, yeah, I got a Takamine. Takamine. Heck yeah, I'm like, I could. I thought it was pronounced Takamine or Takamine. Sorry. I don't have one of these, by the way. I have the $80 one. Yeah, but I think the 6.5mm cable, isn't that 6.5mm cable? That's just like the standard jack, isn't it? Yeah, that's just the standard jack cable. Those are fairly common. Should be able to go to any music store unless you're currently under lockdown, in which case that's unfortunate. So you can see our stat points actually updates correctly here, but what I'm wondering is whenever I go to the next level, I'm not sure how visible that is. Please spawn the next lad. Yeah, so the stat points do not increase as expected. I wonder what happens if I do this. Oh no. Alright, so we don't want to do that either, because you still... Oh, hold on. That's a bug. So if you don't use all your stat points, then it'll just yeets all your stat points anyways, which is cool. Yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah, interesting. So apply. Window. Let's see, on apply, we broadcast all of this stuff, and then that should be fine. I only have the 3.5mm. Next music store is 1 hour with my car. Oof. I thought you were European. Where's your walkability now, am I right? Yeah, the closest music store to me is, I guess it's technically 10 minutes away by car, but with traffic it's closer to like 30 minutes away. The thing is, I want to go into modular synths, but that would require a lot more money. I mean, a lot. Yeah, modular synths. I looked into those. Like are you talking about like the physical ones? Walk up the mountain, start the yodel. Must be nice living in a place where you can just go to the mountains and one of those. Yeah, modular synths. Are you talking about like the actual physical modular synths? No, those are cool. I've looked into those, but it's just I don't have enough. I need to do a lot more reading on those. I don't quite understand how those work. Like I know like there's your LFO and whatevers, right? But I don't really understand like patching things into each other. I kind of understand how they work in FL Studio, but in terms of hold on. Broadcast stat modified. Game data. Yeah, but in terms of like actually doing it on physical things, that you could potentially break it if you patch the wrong things into each other. That's very scary. Broadcast stat points modified. Huh. Oh, you know what? Broadcast stat points modified. Set stat points. Oh yeah, there we go, yeah. I still need to do this as well. That's why. So set stat points also needs to do... Oh, because I can't do this because it'll infinitely loop, I think. Maybe? Will this result in an infinite loop? Hold on. I only have a field to go screaming. Isn't yodeling just melodic screaming? I'll build some custom modules. Yeah, I haven't even started to build the frame with the power supply. It would be nice to have a mountain to yodel on. Yodel. Yodeling. Did my music stop, by the way? I think my music has stopped. No, it's just a very long pause for whatever reason. Let's see. Yeah, we'll bring this together. Check this out. Wee. Wee. Basically, is a screaming around the point where your voice breaks between your chest voice and the head voice. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Isn't that that's kind of the same idea behind like Mongolian throat singing, right? Is that is Mongolian throat singing actually trying to create enough dissonance that it actually creates the illusion of a third or a second voice? I don't know. Because you can cause your voice to echo against yourself. Something like that. I don't know. Not too much into vocals. Let's try this. I think this might be an infinite loop, but I haven't checked. So if I just do this, apply, that's wrong. And then we also just yeet all our stat points as well, which is bad. Metastats, no. Metastats, we do need to update this. Hold on. Does this... If I level up, am I able to update my stat points? That's what I want to see first. I don't know the throat singing enough, but I know that you additionally shape the overtones more. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so stat points, that works, this works. I don't think that we're infinitely bouncing between things, because that would be very weird, but I do need to check on that. I think it is an infinite loop. I think it is an infinite loop. So, broadcast, stat points modified. Stat points modified. This is just stat modified. Stat points modified. Stat points, stat point here. Stat points modified. Who is listening for stat points modified? Is it just Metastats? Yeah, stat points modified, okay. See, this is where it'd be really nice to know who's connected to what. Yeah, don't know tones, overtones, undertones. The existence of an overtone implies the existence of an undertone, for sure. Let's see, did I drop some frames? No, I think I'm still here. Yeah, I don't know. Singing, I really only know enough to, you know, play a few shows. Play a show. I played 2 shows, as I mentioned before. Both of which times, the first show was horrible. The second show was still pretty bad. Because I've told us those stories on stream before. I don't know if you've already heard it, but it was a charity show. So I was one of the acts. And so played through the first song. That went okay. Was pretty nervous. Also could not hear myself on stage because they didn't give me a monitor. And like, where a monitor is like, you know, if you ever watch a performer like who's playing like a concert or something, they're usually wearing like an earpiece. That's called the monitor. And it's plugged basically straight into the audio system so they can actually hear themselves on stage. Because when you're singing and your voice is getting broadcast, pushed through a speaker, it's actually really hard to tell how you sound, right? So they didn't give me a monitor, so I was like, all right, well, this is weird. Second song, well, first song was very nervous. Second song, just completely forgot the lyrics. And then dropped just dropped the F-bomb straight into the mic. So that was good. That was good. Big fan of that. And yeah, that's pretty much that story. Then the crowd started singing the lyrics because I was playing some popular songs because, you know, it's for charity. So they sang along. And then transitioned into my last song, which went really well. So That's kind of how, when you had one okay song, kind of bad, one really bad song, but you know, it was saved by the crowd. I was talking to some people after that, and they were like, yeah, it was like a really heartwarming moment when everyone came together to kind of save it, so I didn't just die of embarrassment live on stage. Because at that time I was like, oh no, like should I just leave? No, I need to do something. I can't just walk off stage, otherwise I would never be able to show my face anywhere ever again. But then someone started singing the lyrics, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing it. I guess we're doing it. I'm talking about it, and I can feel myself getting nervous just thinking about it again. That's such a it's not a painful story, but it's a very nerve-wracking story. It conjures up like feelings of intense fear in me. And then the last song was I heard the last song was very good, but I don't know. And then the second show I played was almost like the first one, where I was about to say the first verse or start singing the first verse, and I like just kind of forgot it, so I just kind of motioned to my accompaniment, like just go for one more measure. I forgot. My friends in the crowd were like, oh god, is it happening again? Did he forget? But I didn't. I only kind of forgot. It's tough though. That's how I know that I really should not be singing, at least as the main singer. Can I sing? Yes. Should I be the main person singing? No. Because I'm, you know, to thine own self be true. You know. Are you a choker? You know, I think I tend to choke, especially when it's something that I'm not, I guess, super comfortable with, which is just using my voice. I think communicating information that I just kind of know off the top of my head, got it. But singing something that is not made up, that's tough. I don't really do singing choir solo. I only did when playing guitar, but I like being on stage. Well, it's a nice feeling when everything goes well, right? And also I think this is fixed. I think I fixed it. I've been looking at it. It all looks good, and I don't think that there's a. Oh no, it's this part that's still broken. Yeah, because this, I guess, set to 0 every time, which is incorrect, and that's why I was looking at this. Yes. Stat modified. Oh, hello, Bumd. How goes it? I didn't like it whether it went well or not. Yeah, I don't know. It's the performer mindset, right? How much gratification do you get from people like applauding a performance, or I guess how much do you like, you know, singing to other people, or performing for other people, I should say. Right? Like I don't mind. I mostly play for my own enjoyment, and I think if other people get a kick out of it, then, you know, all the better. That's just the cherry on top. So I get some implicit gratification from just performing and knowing that I didn't mess up. And then I guess there's also the flip side of it, where I get super stressed out when I do mess up. But is Hunterstory is an idle game? So Hunterstory, I think you can, if you want to download a Flash player, you can still play it on Congregates. So Hunterstory is a fan game of, or I guess it's not really a fan game. It's like I guess it is kind of a fan game of MapleStory. Yeah, MapleStory. Remember MapleStory? Not a few times. Yeah. So, I mean, it's fun, right? I mean, this is what I have so far. So I've just been working on the UI. What I'm trying to figure out right now is this thing right here. So you can see that you're able to assign stats and you press apply, whatever. But see, I have 1 stat point remaining, 3 stat points to use. Then I apply it, and I have no stat points left. So I'm trying to debug why that's happening. But then you can go into here. Your stats have no impact on your performance whatsoever right now, but I'm trying to fix that. But yeah, so there's a few things missing, but it more or less is pretty configurable right now. And then you gain stat points, you gain money. You can use your stat points, increase your strength, which you absolutely should not be doing as your main stat as a hunter. Bowman class. Yeah. I just hate playing when 100 people watch me when playing. I probably would do it more online or recorded. I feel like it's almost the same thing. I feel like recording is almost harder. Yeah. Because recording, it's like you know that you can mess up, so you just kind of let yourself mess up, almost. Whereas, I guess you kind of have the idea that you can keep restarting as many times as you want, right? Whereas if you are in a real performance, it's like, this is it. We can't go back. So let's just do our best, right? So you kind of ignore more of your mistakes, right? That's why I like performing a little bit better than recording, because recording is like, I can hear the mistake. I know I can go back. Should I go back? You know? Anyways, here's how I'm actually generating the levels right now as well. So the idea is, right now these are just to-do levels, but what I'll do is I'll have probably like a JSON file, parse the JSON, generate all of these things, and then boom, pretty easy, right? Since a lot of these values are also just strings, so normal, spawn rate normal, spawn rate linear, spawn rate instance, yada yada. Then there's also just enemy names, which correspond more or less exactly to the enemy names in this enemy folder. And so pretty much everything is here. It just needs more assets, and I need to actually implement the skill system as well. And she was, I can't ignore a mistake. It would mess up my line of thought even on stage. Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's one of the things you have to kind of learn. You just had to learn to ignore it, right? I think whenever I'm telling a story, right, sometimes I'll get really into this. Yeah, I think, or it's whenever I'm telling a story, whenever I'm playing, I guess when I've played on stream as well, right? I've made a mistake, and then I'll just continue to snowball into bigger mistakes, because I'll realize like, oh no, I made a mistake, and then that breaks my focus for just a little bit, for just enough to also like force me to make more mistakes. So whenever I'm telling a story, that's also the same way. Whenever I kind of when I know that I've broken the flow of the story, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, which causes me to break the flow of the story even more. Or whenever I'm talking like this, right? I'll just talk. Sometimes I'm able to come up with a completely coherent thought without having to really stop for too long or use a filler word. Filler words in English are like, you know. I've gotten really good at not using or in my opinion. Unfortunately, I'll do things like, there's like, but like is not a filler word in that context. Yeah, I'll do things, I'll use a few filler words, and then I'll just be like, nah, I shouldn't have used the filler words, stop using filler words, and then I just snowballs into a bigger and bigger problem. It's one of the things that you can definitely practice to get over making small mistakes. For sure. Anyways, I don't need to look at this anymore. It's this part. This part is messing me up. Broadcast stat modified. But how is it messing me up? On stat modified. Oh, this seems wrong. This seems wrong. This seems very wrong. Hold on. Now I'm looking at this again. So in our stats, right? We do broadcast stat modified, and then strength, which is the stat. Then this is the label that's associated with the stat. So we go here, new game. This is our label. Bum. Right? And so what happens is I send over the string representation, which is just, strength. Then whatever is here, I send this number. And also, I should really be doing it like this. Is it in Game Manager? Game Manager stats? Yeah. I should really be using the constants. So Game Manager stats strength. Yeah. Everyone loves constants. The problem with Godot is that Godot doesn't have really good string constants. though. I do realize that people aren't really a big fan of like enum constants, or I guess using enums as strings, which is what I like to do. It's a bad habit. But I will not stop. If you become the bigger problem, you have to fix the problem. Then there is no big problem that can bother you. It's too deep for me. 5 deep. 3 deep, 5 me. No, when I'm singing, I can ignore most of the enunciation mistakes. Like I know when you're singing, there's like a few like choral things that you can do to just naturally make it sound better, right? One is enunciate more. So for example, right, like for my, I guess just my accents, I tend to not say the T's in a lot of words. So if you say like I don't know, like the city I live in, Atlanta, what you would want to do is pronounce both T's, and then it kind of adds a bit more punch to whatever whatever verse you're singing or whatever. Right? But unfortunately, due to like just my accent, how I normally talk, my accent's a bit more loose than some people my age, some people from my area as well, for whatever reason. Right? So I don't say Atlanta, I say Atlanta. Don't just pretty much just drop all the T's and just add a small stop. Atlanta. I'm really modding a game with GP2 with idle game genre. What's GP2? Oh, no, I don't know. What's GP2? Idle game genre. Something about computer generated narrative excites me. What's GP2? Smaller mistakes. Smaller mistakes I can ignore, you know? Which is like the pronunciation is okay. If I ever forget a word, or if I ever like mispronounce a word, I'd be like, oh, you know, I can ignore. But if I ever like cut off a word, so I don't like sing into the next verse, I don't hold it long enough, I'm like, or if I mess up my breathing, I'm like, you know, then I have to take a breath at a kind of a weird time. That's what I hate. Anyways, it's something to do with this block here, but I'm not sure what. Right, so we still have 1 remaining, but it says there's 0 stat points left. Huh. So I need to think. Okay, open AI language modeling, machine learning. Isn't there there's AI, isn't it called AI Dungeon or something like that? AI Dungeon, yeah, AI Dungeon. Is that what you're kind of talking about? Butter. Yeah, I can't say, if I place that drops a T2, can't say butter, if I leave my city, they laugh. yeah. AI Dungeon, but like, I guess idle incremental. I know AI Dungeon was really big for like streamers for a little while. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, butter. I don't say butter. I say butter with a D. Buttered. So you say like I made some buttered toast. Toast. I guess toast. I still pronounce the last toast. Actually, no, I don't pronounce the last T most of the time, unless I'm really like being like, made some buttered toast. You know, I'm angry right now. So I'm gonna like slightly spit on my mic. That's gross. Yeah, AI Dungeon is not idle. Yeah. So I get what you're talking about though. So, I know that there's isn't it like a lot of idle games? They kind of just have you run through the same areas, but what you would want the player to be able to do is like run through multiple kinds of areas, and then things kind of happen to you. There's another game that's kind of like that? That's kind of like, I'm trying to think, what game am I thinking of? There's another idle game that's kind of like that. It's not really a narrative, but it does just drop you into random areas, and then like your bag just eventually fills up with like all manner of just completely random items. What game am I thinking? It was an old idle game too. Like you had to download it to play it. That's how old it was. Drop all the T's and lean into the Butter. Water. Butter. 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 Water. Are you from Wisconsin? Isn't that amazing though? Yeah, I think so. I feel like I know what you're talking about. I feel like I've played that before, because I used to just leave my computer on, just run it all day. I'm trying to think, like, what is this doing? So broadcast stat modified. Game data listens to stat modified. Who else listens to stat modified? It's not Metastats listens to nothing. On stat modified, broadcast stat modified. Let's just grep for it. I don't know, can't think of it right now. Okay, so there's our signal. Game data listens for it. Stats also listens for it. Ooh, hold on. Wait, who's broadcasting stat modified? Or is it stats? Stats listens for stats modified. And then when I... Wait. No, this is still game data, what the heck? But you are... Oh, no, you're not... Oh, you're not even connected. No, this is just commented out. Mine should full idle, though. That game was full AFK. Here and there you would make decisions, probably. Yeah, since you had... It's like a narrative or semi-narrative driven. I can see how that would work, right? So you would just... For the most part... Or what would be kind of cool, I guess. Here, we're brainstorming just a completely different game idea. Like, if you had an AI-driven narrative... Right, you could just have the AI make most of the decisions for you, but like whenever you came back, you know, I guess the AI would be like, hey, here's a decision, here's 5 seconds. Otherwise, I'm gonna just make the decision for you, right? And that's how you could probably do it. So like, do you go left or right? Do you go up the tower or you into the dungeon? Do you something like that, right? And then otherwise, you know, if you're not there, then the AI would just be like, okay, let's just pick one at random then. And then continue on with generating the narrative. Or it'd be like, what do you think you should do? And then it gives you the option to type something in. But if it doesn't receive input within however many seconds, then it'll just come up with whatever it thinks should happen. Broadcast stat modified. So here, if value is less than stat points, so set stat points does all of this. Stat points. Stat points modified. Stat points modified goes back to stats. Stats is... Oh, this is only listening for availability change. Hold on, do I hide these? No, when I press apply, I don't hide them. Huh. Imagine that full AAA game like that. Open source alternative to OpenAI's GPT called GPT Neo. Fully driven by generated narrative. That sounds really difficult to do. Anything that's completely randomly generated, I think runs into the problem that like everything just seems a little too samey, I guess. Right? Because it's making assets to fit the randomly generated narrative would be too difficult. It's not randomly generated. It's machine learning. Well, it's to a human, it's randomly generated, right? To a human, it's more or less randomly generated. Like, cause you don't know what it's gonna do. You can assume based off of what it was trained on. Yeah, it's more or less like it's not something that you are expecting. Could you predict? Possibly, yeah, but it's not. Like, unless you know what the training data was. Do you know what the training data was? Then it will tend towards those. But it's not the same thing though. It is though, right? The machine is making its own decisions. You do not know what the machine is doing. It's not just it's not a tree. it's not a tree structure, so you cannot just traverse the tree and see where it is. In theory, you could if you looked at the internal state of the model, but It's not a tree structure. You don't know where the AI is going to go after that. Unless you, I guess, expose those endpoints. Initialization is right. A house full of food inside. GP. Create a house full of food. Just that text is enough. Are you saying... what? It's... You would have to... If you wanted to make assets for that stuff, though, it would be either very samey or not possible. Right? I think if you were to try to generate things that fit that narrative, they would look pretty much all the same. Right? And if they didn't, then guess what? It's no longer, I guess, AI. Now you've just generated a tree. You just generated a tree with all the possible paths. So there's no reason to have machine learning in the game at all. Right? The benefit of machine learning is that it does things like that you didn't program it, or you didn't program in. Right? The machine decided on it. Like, machine learning is not magic. Despite what data scientists and advertising would have you believe. I'm trying to figure out why this is wrong. This looks right. Set stat points. Hold on. Set stat points. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is wrong, I think. I think this is wrong. Yeah. This should be... Yeah, this logic is wrong. It's this part here. And then this part here. Yeah. That's why it's giving me... That's why it's zeroing everything out. Ooh, data? It is data. This is always the hard part. Is storing all the data and then working with it. Because it kind of changes application to application. Can't explain right away, but it requires work. Yes, it requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of work. And I think if you wanted to have like a true AI-generated narrative, it would not be possible to do it in a, I guess, a visual way. Or I guess a visual way that would be, I guess, different enough to warrant having visuals. Right? Like, oh, you're inside a house, you know? Okay, filled with stuff. I don't know, like... Are you going to have the AI do it? Like, all the stuff is pretty much going to be in the same place. Otherwise, it might be impossible to traverse, right? If you just randomly threw it into the house. Unless you also fed in that stuff to an AI. And then had your AI also do your level design for you. Right? Like, you could train it on level design as well. And then hopefully just have those things map together somehow. So I guess if you're asking, like, or proposing that the AI also does your level design for you, that sounds very difficult. You can model all those and let it discover. Yeah, but then it all just looks the same. That's my point, is that it all looks the same. That's why roguelikes have kind of gone down in popularity, is because they're kind of boring, right? They all look the same. It's all the same level, just kind of like slightly randomized. Right, if you model it all beforehand, then it's all gonna look the same. It's just the order that you traverse them in is slightly different. Right? So you're not making like great use of the, I guess, the AI driven narrative then. You might as well just just draw out something more structured. You're talking about assets? I'm not. Model all those? What do you mean model all those? You need to train it on some sort of training sets, some sort of predefined set of data. You don't just have like a... Are you talking about like the AI model? The model itself? The AI model itself doesn't do anything unless you train it. So you need to have a set of levels that it's already... So you need to design all the levels that you would possibly want it to be able to generate, and then it would figure out new levels from that. which is either a ridiculous amount of work or is going to result in things that all look the same. Like object models. I'm not sure what you're talking about at this point. It doesn't really sound a lot like machine learning, but all the more power to you, I suppose. This needs to change to... So set stat points is not being used as a setter, it's being used like as an addition thing, which is incorrect. Trying definition of models. We're talking more like prologue. that's you're starting to get, that's not even machine learning anymore. That's more just like prologue. So you have a definition and then you let the program find the answer for you. That's not machine learning. That's just prologue. I know prologue is really good at that. So you set up the model. You say this is how things are, and then the program solves itself, right? So that's not machine learning. Machine learning, you know, you're missing the learning part. If you want to model an entire system, then sure, that's something different. I'm trying to figure out where would this break stuff, by the way, because I can see I feel like this would break a lot of stuff. Thinking stat points, because I've chosen to do this in a really weird way, where if this is, I've always assumed that this value would be 1, but it's not always going to be 1, therefore it breaks. GPT is dependent on words, it's language modeling, but it can also work on anything. That's my point of view. I don't quite think so, depending on the outputs it gives you. My point is that if you wanted something that, you know, was an AI-driven narrative that also had like a visual component to it, that wasn't all just, you know, here's a picture of a house, here's a picture of something else, right? You wanted like an actual environment you can traverse. That is very difficult. That is more difficult, because that's, you know, you can train something to generate a narrative for you, because stories are already like, it's already configured to read in words, right? But it's not configured to read in levels and level design. So to generate the levels from that would be very difficult. That's what I'm trying to say. My point of RimWorld to make it simple. Yeah, well, I'm saying is that they'll all look the same. Or you would have just like garbage, like random levels. So it wouldn't be good. You would need to, that would be a lot of work to make it work well, right? Models tend to be very specific for a good reason, because otherwise they just get too, it's too difficult, right? You know, natural language processing, languages are already structured, you know? That's why language processing is like the premier machine learning thing that everyone does. You know, computer vision, much more difficult. Easy for humans, not easy for computers, because it's hard to tell a computer how to recognize a human face. Right? But it's easy because languages are already structured. Or it's easier, I should say. Human faces are not structured in the same way. Or at least not in the way that a computer understands. Right? You know, everyone has more or less 2 eyes. At least 2 eyes. Or no, at least 1 eye. Well, no, that's not true at all. Everyone has less that are equal to 2 eyes. With some exceptions, but we don't need to recognize those people. I'm sorry. If you have a 3rd eye, you're not a person. According to a computer. Set stat points. On stat modified. I feel like I shouldn't be calling this then. Or no, On stat points. Game data. Set stat points. On stat points. Stat points. Oh, I'm not even using this. Oh. Well, that would do it. That would do it. Yeah, that's fine though. Yeah. Maybe broadcast stat points modified. Heh. What if we just do? I feel like this is very wrong, right? It's this function here. It's this function call that's wrong. It works when I'm only passing in, you know, +1 or -1. But when I do higher values than that, that's when it completely breaks. Right? Because what's happening is that in this display here, right, it's actually passing in these full numbers every single time, as opposed to just what we changed. So I think language processing is harder since text has no defined format. First has input data, and there's some tricks involved in parsing text, while images can be fixed size and format. Well, that goes back to your training data, right? So what do you choose to train it on? That's why that's part of the field. People don't realize that there's a lot of statistics involved in terms of like cleaning data, structuring the data. My point is that there's certain rules to natural language processing that there isn't to, you know, things like computer vision. And then abstracting from that, it's you know, if you're trying to do like AI generated like level design, right? Are there some rules? Yes. You know, everything must have an entrance and an exit. Entrance and exit can be the same one, but then how do you do like a, you know, how do you define what makes a good level? that's very abstract. So you would need to pass in a lot of good levels so that the, you know, computer knows like, oh, okay, well, maybe this is what constitutes a good one, and then learns from there. Well, and then that's describing a very specific type of machine learning model as well, or training. Isn't that's called reinforcement, where you just no, reinforcement is, and I guess it would also have to be more or less supervised as well, right? Isn't reinforcement is when you pass in the same thing that is good, and then, right? I think most models need to be supervised as well in the first part of it, reinforcement, and then after you get to a certain points, then you can just move to an unsupervised iterative model. I'm training. I don't remember. So anyways, we'll do set stat points. This needs to be changed to on stats modified. So which things are actually modifying the stats directly? Set stat points. So we'll go to here. We'll grep for. Doesn't need to be a whole word. Oh no. Okay. So set stat points. That's fine. Game data I don't care about. Generate output, make a room with 2 doors, and process with real world assets to generate narrative in place. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, is that's the hard part. Yeah, it'll know what the room is, but how does it fill the room with stuff? That's what I'm saying, is that the level design. Yeah, sure, like you can generate a room, but then how do you fill it with stuff? How do you decide where to place the stuff? I guess, like, yeah, if you want to just have like have it generate an empty room, more or less, or like, oh, like now there's a house in front of you. There's a house. Is the house going to be empty, or is it going to have randomly generated insides, or is it just going to be the same house every time? And that also goes back to what I was saying, where it's going to be very samey at some point. Because they'll know what a room is. Yeah, so then it becomes very samey. Then it becomes very samey because then they're all the same room. And then yeah, you can randomly generate, or no, you can just have a lot of rooms that it can, like a pool of rooms that it can pull from. But, you know, I guess if that's okay, then that's okay, right? But I feel like there's a better use of time. Right, because that's pretty much how roguelikes work. Is that the roguelikes have a set of rooms and it just kind of stitches them together, more or less. Right, I mean, that's how Spelunky works, for sure. I've read the design doc. Boom, boom, game data. Same, you can give, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that they're all the same, but it's all randomly generated. But they're all the same within a pool. Action rules for computer vision, language while grammar is well defined, the meaning isn't, but but the meanings are also fairly well defined as well, right? You only have so many definitions, whereas computer vision, you need to find, computer vision, you need to, you know, basically find hot points on the, the screen. Anyways. That's my view on it, though, as my very limited experience with both models. Right? It's like simultaneously more defined and less defined. Computer vision, I mean, what do you have to go off of, right? You know, has two things that may or may not look like eyes, has one thing that may or may not be a mouth, you know, and then you can make a few more assumptions based off that, you know. Whereas, you know, if you want to process text, you know, you look up the definition, all right, you know, look up the grammar. You know what those are. Is it easy to break? I don't know. Yes. Is it easier to break than computer vision? I don't have the stats to tell you. There's nothing the same, many other like broken pink app. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Bumdy, is that they're all the same room. They're all the same room from a pool that are designed. That's how a roguelike works. That's how Spelunky works. Spelunky has randomly generated levels, but they're all the same puzzle pieces at the end of the day. The pieces are all the same. They're arranged separately, and they have some randomly generated points in them. Set stat points. Okay, so I don't think I'm actually using set stat points then, so I can get rid of this on stat modified. Yeah. Okay, so I can just get rid of this. So we'll do if value is less than stat points, then we'll do comment this out. You're saying that's not my point. JPT will generate text like 100 lines. Sure. Make your point. I'm listening. I'll wait for a response. So stat points minus equals value. Then we need to do this stuff. Broadcast stat points modified. Wait. Yes. No. Oh, that's why. It's because it updates it twice. I'm double calling it. Okay. I call it twice. That'd be very different. Well, then that's just the narrative, isn't it? That it's just your narrative that's different. Right. I guess if that's what you're going for, then sure. I thought you wanted to have more of like a visual element to it as well, which would be the main selling point, is that you already have things that generate random narratives. Now you have things that generate random narratives plus a random level for you to traverse. But if that's just the random narrative is enough, then yeah, I guess that would work. Language is not well defined. Computer vision, when algorithm sees a cat instead of a dog, is wrong. We know that. No, the computer doesn't know that. A computer doesn't know that it's not a cat, or it's not a dog, it's a cat, right? Or it's a cat, not a dog. Computer doesn't know that. You can tell the computer. Finding how big the error is in text generation is much harder. Makes the whole goal well less defined and training less efficient or harder. Well, it depends on, I guess, which method we're going for as well. Right, there are some things, and isn't that what captchas are actually being used for? It knows since it's defined in the training data. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I guess you say this is a dog, this is a cat. Yeah, you can label it. Yeah. No, again, sounds like roguelike, carefully made game level. It's not like that. It can be messy. Important part is it different enough with a narrative. I guess the narrative will be different, but isn't it like also like because it's randomly generated? That's the problem with a lot of roguelikes as well, is that it's yeah. Also, I'm not gonna talk too much about the difference between natural language processing and you know, machine vision. I don't I'm not enough of an expert on that to talk much more than that. This is what I know. I guess if you want me to go more in depth, I can't. You know, I don't think we have any computer data scientists in chat though. Yeah. I guess if you're just going for that, the problem with roguelikes is that their narrative is usually pretty weak because it is not consistent. So I think just, I suppose, keep that in mind as well, is that just being random doesn't make something good. Just being original doesn't make something good. You know, sometimes it would be better to have just a solid vision of how something would work, and not otherwise you're just going through something that has almost no consequence, right? You know, you play through a game because there are, I guess, consequences or something to achieve, right? If you play like a story-driven game, then there's consequences in the story. If you're playing something less story-driven, like, you know, like an arcade game, right? You're going for a high score, something like that. All right, so now we're no longer double counting. Okay, so that's still broken. We're not using this anymore. Hopefully. All right, so we got something broken. Oh, set experience, that's fine. Set stat points 3. I guess, one training data, their models to tell how correct the sentence is, but finding how far off the meaning is makes it harder. Yes. Which is also why there's bias in, I said I wouldn't talk about this, but this is something I actually know. That's why they talk about bias being in machine learning. Machine learning is bias based off of who's conducting it, right? Who cleans the data or whatever. So there's always going to be some bias. Like, is this a cat? Is this a good picture of a cat? Will this dilute the data too much? That's how it would go for computer vision. Like, is this something that we should be feeding in? Maybe, maybe not. Is this a good sentence to be training on? Is this what the real meaning is? Maybe, maybe not. Hard to say. You can make procedural generalities. You input it with code and have you map by input a text that GPT can understand. It will also create a narrative. Yeah, well, no, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that the roguelikes sound good in theory because you don't have to write the narrative, or I guess you don't have to do as much level design, or you don't have to, in this case, you don't have to write the narrative, but then there's no stakes, there's no point besides just beating the game and seeing what things you'll get, right? Seeing what it is, you're just rolling the dice over and over again, which is, I guess, if you're into that, I guess, but that's what I'm saying. Doing a different text instead of, yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. There's no, you're just seeing what the next randomly generated piece of level is at that point, right? And so that's a flaw with a lot of, I keep going back to roguelikes because it's an exact match. So it's something to keep in mind when you're designing it. I think if you can make it work, it'd be pretty cool. But the hard part of randomly generated stuff is that making the player care about, oh, like the levels are all different, but mostly the same, right? Because it's all made from the same puzzle pieces. The narrative changes every time, so it's hard to care about that too much. So like, what else is there once you've experienced all the levels, all the little pieces, I suppose. So set experience is not one of the things that's messing me up, by the way, but we're still going to have it. Stat points plus equals 3, and then let's see. I guess we can still have this. That's tough. That's tough. I need to have like a function. It's like modify. Look, what if I just call this modify stat points, right? This, I mean, that doesn't make a huge difference, but modify stat points. Now it's less of a misnomer. It's something to do with this function and this function. I'm not sure what it is though. From I've seen, computer vision algorithms work more often as expected. In text generation parsing, the grammar is usually great, but the meaning in that context is usually what breaks. I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know. I don't have enough insight into that. From my limited experience with both of them, I found NLP to be easier. At least easier to get somewhat consistent results. But maybe once you have the model built, it's more consistent. I don't know. I have no idea. So this does all this stuff. Then there's your initial value. Maybe we don't want to broadcast. Stat points modified. So stat points modified goes back to stats. Stat points, no, this is stat points availability. Stat points modified. This goes to metastats. Stat points modified. Sure. I'm trying to think. So this is good. I think this is fine. This is fine. Get rid of this. So it's no longer a misnomer. We can get rid of this. I think you are underrating GP2. You can quite literally write a book about anything. Yeah, but I can write a book about anything as well. And it would just be full of things that don't really matter, right? Right, it can write a book, but is the narrative consistent? I mean, isn't that what AI Dungeon does? So like it remembers things about the story, but it's not a very good story. It's not a very, is it a story? Yes, it has a beginning, middle, and end. Is it a good story? No, not in my opinion. It's not something, like I played AI Dungeon. I thought it was cool. Is it something I would want to play over and over again? No, it's basically just like an ad-libs, right? Like it's like, oh, let's see what ridiculous thing I can pass in and see if it'll react. Okay. You know, did I have any like big character development? No. You know, was the story surprising? I guess yes, because the AI kind of messed up and now we're fighting Mario wearing I don't know, wearing Peach as a skin suit or something. Like that's bizarre. But is it a good narrative? No. Absolutely not. It is like lol random though, which is, I guess if you're into that. Modify stat points, blah blah blah. It's cut down to image recognition, doesn't rely on context as much as longer text passages. Yeah, one thing I had in mind, after we get the context, the sentence makes sense, but the context is lost at some point. Yeah. Well, because it's kind of how longer things work, right? You can, you know, I guess just regular speech, you jump from, you know, thing to thing. You know, it's hard to tell if the person speaking, or the speaker, I should say, is talking about, you know, one thing, multiple things. Are they referring to some knowledge that only part of the audience knows? Why isn't this working? It's because we're broadcasting out every single time. Maybe what I need to do, I think that the more I look at it, the more that this makes sense. The more I look at it, the more this makes sense. Maybe in stats, I need to have the initial values And so this just needs to be the change in value, right? Yeah, maybe this just needs to be the change in value instead of just sending in, you know, whatever this has, right? Yeah, maybe it should just be the change in value. So we can do that, I think. Set up stats here, bum. This resets everything. Yeah. Machine learning is something I would like to, I guess, get more into, but it's just I don't have the time. There's so many other things I need to do. Have I read up on it? Yes. Did I take a class on it? Yes. Did I drop the class? Yes. It was tough. Lots of statistical stuff you needed to know, which I just did not have the experience for. Here you need lots of data and compute power. Well, you need lots of data, yes. You need a lot of compute power if you want it quickly. And then also applying it or just creating the stuff in the first place is tough. Right, you can, you know, there are just publicly available models if you want to train your own, but it's only for whatever domain that model is for. Right. So you can have a model, you can have a machine learning model, yeah, that's made for, you know, just computer vision, a very specific type of computer vision, and you can feed in the data. But if you want to do something that's different from that, then you'll have to modify the model somehow. And if you don't know what you're doing, then it's going to be more or less, whatchamacallit, try and, what is it called? I'm losing my mind. Anyways, I think too many people, point is, I think too many people try to get into machine learning that think that they know what they're doing, but are really just using other people's code and aren't really doing anything new, which is fine if you don't, as long as you acknowledge that. You know, you're basically just training, you're not, I guess, creating new models. Yeah, you're training, you're not creating new models, and then to do anything with a model that it wasn't originally used for is going to be very difficult. Yes, that's pretty much my point. That's pretty much my point in like half an hour of just speaking about it. Summed up in one sentence. I'm not saying it again because I've already forgot what I said. So this is modified stats. Yes. So this will be a dictionary, and then we'll just iterate over that, I guess. Yeah. Good enough. Oh, equals. Trial and error. Yeah, try and error, trial and error. Yeah. Still algorithms. I need more knowledge on image and point cloud processing in general. Point cloud processing. I've heard of that. I used Unity ML and it was nice. What does Unity ML do? Is it like AI based? Is it for AI training? Is it for, what is it for? You can have ML, but just ML by itself doesn't really do too much. Doesn't mean a lot. Huh. So modified stats, and then on added, what we can do is, so this is the modified stuff. Stat string modified stats stat is equal to get, oh yeah, hold on. I think I got it. I think I got it. Var new amounts. I'm dying. I'm losing my mind. Get stat. So we want to grab all of this stuff. Slap that in there. There's new amount. New amount. Remaining stat points -1. Remaining label text is that thing. Then this one is new amounts, which is a number. Yes, an integer. Yes. Reinforcement learning using TensorFlow, but yeah, but for what? Reinforcement learning using TensorFlow, yes, but for what? Yeah. Point cloud in the context of having 3D points. We're seeing with 3D sensor. Reinforcement training is different from other methods. Is it? I thought reinforcement learning was the main one that people did. Is that not true? Stat value. Oh, we should just call this stat value. Stat value. Stat. Point cloud. I believe OpenCFace, not OpenCFace the renderer, but OpenCFace has a point cloud. I think maybe. Don't know. Don't know enough. Am I using stat value at all here? This is get stat to int. This should be okay. So that's your stat value, and then your, I guess this is now your new value, huh? New value. So let's change that back. New value, new value. This is your stat, this is your initial stat value, and then your, I guess your var new value is equal to your stat value minus 1. So then we do all of this modified stats stat is equal to new value, I think. And then here we don't want to do this anymore. Instead, we want to do for I in modified. So this is for key in modified stats keys. You can train it in 3D or 2D game environment, like using like gaming variables and data. It's like simulation of walking robot. Okay, sure. Okay. I suppose. Don't know too much about that. I guess it sounds plausible. I guess if it's just reinforcement learning, then it's a mixture of like what's it called? Reinforcement learning, and then like an iterative, like generational model. So you would rank, you would have some sort of, I guess, betterment condition. What's it called? Like you have a fitness model, and then you have some sort of metric to measure how well it does, and then that's what you're doing with Unity ML, is trying to train some algorithm to do something better and better. So then you would do some sort of generation mutation stuff. So it's basically just evolution, right? You want to think about it like that. SB broadcast stat modified, and then this will just be key to get key text to int. I think that'll work. Well, okay, hold on. Then we need to do if modified, wait, no, hold on. No, this is wrong. This is modified stats key. And then we also need to check var amount is equal to modified stats key. So it's up points, but it isn't cleverly the points have defined meaning. I don't really know. And output may not be visible. You only know what part of the mouth is the eye. While 3D point cloud, a point is only some measurement in 3D space with no further meaning. I think, yeah, that's pretty much how OpenCFace sends me its data, I guess as a point cloud. That doesn't really map back to what you're talking about, but I know what a point cloud is, I guess. I have a frame of reference at the very least. If amount is greater than 0, then we'll do boom. Alright, so this should work. I think the problem is I was just sending the full value every single time. We're in Punish, learns the hard way, but there are many improved models exist. Yeah. I'm familiar with that kind of the concept of like I don't know what the proper name is, but I've toyed with that myself. That's one of the few ones that I've actually used, but I think that's a very brute force way of doing it, isn't it? Is that you train something and then measure how fit it was, and then, you know, do a random mutation, see if it was more or less fit then take the better of the few. Something like that. Alright, so what I want is that this will still work. Apply. Please. Now this is just completely broken, which is really cool. Apply. On apply, for key in modified stats keys. Alright, so it's just completely broken at this point. It was working for just one, but now for multiple, it's broken. I'm so happy. Give me left container, stats container, stats. So you have, yeah, we have all of this. Then this is, where's the modified stats? Strength 4. So broadcast stat modified. I guess we'll set a breakpoint and see what happens. Broadcast. So broadcast stat modified. So it should be strength and then 4. Improvement. Yeah. Yeah. There's one thing I want to know more about, but that's why it's a specialty. that's why machine learning is a specialty. It's hard to learn everything that you actually need to learn about it as just like a solo dev, right? And also like to do something useful with it as well. Thought reinforcement learning was done by finding the local minimum of the loss function by basically making slow steps along the first derivative. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds fancy. Gonna need, I guess, a more basic explanation. I don't know. I'm very bad at definitions, so that sounds familiar. I don't recognize it. How are you struggling with this? Are you doing it the hard way? Well, I'm struggling with this because it's been about 2 months since I've looked at this code, and so I'm coming back to it. I'm like, it makes sense, but this is not how I would do things nowadays. You learn more the more you program, of course. But then the problem is that when you go back to old code, it's harder to, I guess, go through it. So now I've just been breaking a lot of stuff constantly. So it's one of these. I mean, this one should be broadcasting, but then it doesn't actually apply. Remaining 0, breakpoint. I wonder if it's not being caught. So on stat modified, send it. Send me. So boom, hit the breakpoint. If value is less than or equal to stat points. Excuse me? What? What? Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Broadcast. Amount, 4. That's not true. This is not 4. How is this 4? How is this 4? That doesn't make sense. Hold on. That's why. So we'll kill the breakpoints. That should not be 4. That should be 3. Because I only added 3. So on added. This is wrong. This is wrong. This should just be plus equals 1. Plus equals 1. There we go. So I don't even want to use the new value. And then this one should not be. This one should just be minus equals 1. Okay, minus equals 1. Yeah, so new value. Yeah, okay. So we didn't need to cache the value. That's fine. Didn't need that anyways. Yeah, I think when it gets to working with numbers, I tend to slow down a lot since numbers are very difficult for me. Come back to after 3 weeks, we'll face the same. Exactly. Exactly. Unless you have a pattern that you really like to use. But unfortunately, this is not a pattern I generally like to use. I'm trying to go more towards this pattern, but this is still somewhat unfamiliar for me. When you find out which node contributed the most error to the output and correct it to fit the training data better, you do that with all the nodes in the last layer, then you go back one layer and do the same until you created all the nodes by a small step and then go through the next data. It sounds familiar. Then what am I talking about then? If that's reinforcement learning. Or is my algorithm just a lot more simple than that? Because that's an algorithm I've used before, which is you just have some sort of metric that determines how fit the current algorithm is, and then you just compare it, more or less. Add random mutations at certain points, or combine them, or combine data to, or combine certain parts of the metric to create a new one. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about the exact term. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not super versed on machine learning, but I know enough to converse about it. Now, if you want to go into the invalid get index strength on dictionary. Okay, so we do if, well, you know what, we can just do, this is a really brute force way of doing it. We're doing it. Game manager stats strength is equal to, or this is 0. Hooray! There must be a better way of doing that, but I can't think of it right now. So we're just going to do it the more or less brute force way. I know that this will work, and I will come up with a better solution later. So do this, new game. So if we spread it across 3. No, actually, that wasn't what we were trying to do. What we were trying to do is just 1 at a time. So that'll be 2. Then we're still able to apply the rest. Okay, there we go. It only took like an hour. The problem was that I was sending in the wrong data. The problem was that I was sending in the wrong data. I should not have been sending in the current amount. I should have been tracking the modified amounts and then sending that over, because that's what that's what the game data is expecting when you do stat modified. Is that, well, that's not actually is that true? Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it's expecting the change. It's not expecting the current value. Yeah, so that's one of the big problems with my current setup for this, is that a lot of these functions kind of alternate between taking the exact value and the change in value. Maybe I'm wrong. TensorFlow usually uses the method I described. I don't know. It may use those methods, but iterations would make the training. Anyways. Oh, I'm like over time, pretty over time. So, thanks all for tuning in. I will be live tomorrow from probably 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Probably a bit earlier than that. But yeah, if you haven't given the channel a follow already, please give a follow. It'll be much appreciated. Most of the software that I'm running right now is free and open source. So I wrote this little stream avatars-esque thing. Look at that. Whee! You can even grab people and look at their chat history. Yeah, you can find that on GitHub under the name Friendly Potato Stream. I also wrote this thing, also in Godot. Both of these things are in Godot. Pretty much just reuse Godot to write all my stuff for whatever reason. So this is a face tracker. It actually is tracking my face. This is on my GitHub as well under the name this is under the name OpenCFaceGD. Both of these are free and open source license. I believe this is MIT, this is Apache. I've been using Apache more for more of my new stuff. Yeah. Have a Discord as well if you're having trouble using any of the stuffs. I can be reached on there. And yeah, let's find someone to raid. Iterations are always important, otherwise you won't be able to fit a single training data point. Yeah. That's reinforcement learning, right? Yeah, cool chatting. Thank you. It was fun talking. It was a little bit out of my elements talking about machine learning stuff, but I tried to talk as intelligently as possible without saying anything completely wrong. So hopefully I was able to do that. Let's see who's doing Godot engine stuff. So there's Jitspo. There's Arrow. Yeah, let's raid Arrow Axe. He's raided me before. Anyways, you know, give the channel a follow. Join the Discord. Give my stuff likes on GitHub. So that's really what I'm just all here for. It's not likes. It's stars on GitHub. Since stars on GitHub helps me get build up a portfolio, since that appears to be what recruiters are really looking for. We're gonna talk some more fun. Oh baby. Well, as long as it's a topic that I can talk intelligently about, then I'm more than happy to discuss it. Anyways, get sent. Goodbye. Actually, we're not sending it yet, but we will be sending it in a little bit. All right. Well, and I will see you tomorrow from 9 to 11 p.m. EST, probably a bit earlier than that. confuses to what you're doing. I guess that'll work.